Chapter 1048. Above the 9 heavens, the river of stars was dazzling, pouring down like a silver waterfall. Yifan stood under the starry sky, surrounded by starlight. He held the dark golden spear with one hand and pierced through the forehead of the half-step saint, nailing him in the air. Blood flowed along the black spear shaft, creating a shocking scene. This was a shocking scene. Everyone was like clay statues. No matter how many years had passed, anyone who saw this scene tonight would not be able to forget it. It was branded in their hearts and could not be erased. Yifan's black hair was thick, and he was like a god or a devil. The river of stars washed his body, and starlight shone in the sky. He stood under the 9 heavens and slaughtered a half-step saint, shocking the world. Everyone was petrified, looking at this scene in disbelief. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment, and they almost forgot to breathe. Breaking through the barrier of the Saint region, shattering a 10,000-year-old legend, defying the heavens and killing a half-step saint. This was done by a Tao-severing cultivator. He stood with his head held high, supreme under the starry sky. Is what I saw real? He killed a half-step saint. This is a miracle. How can a Tao-severing cultivator kill a half-step saint? What is his Tao? So fierce and domineering. Why do I feel like he wants to trample the entire Tao of heaven and earth under his feet? After an unknown period of time, people finally cried out in surprise. They all looked up at the miracle-like battle result in the sky, excitement in their eyes. Yifan shook his body forcefully, and the forehead of the half-step saint on the tip of the spear quickly cracked. Then, with a pu sound, his body turned into a ball of blood light. His body and soul were destroyed, and he was forever erased from this world. So powerful. Yitong was extremely excited, but he controlled his emotions very well, and did not show any abnormalities. The large black dog cursed a few times, and said to himself in a voice that ordinary people could not hear, "Damn, when are you going to repay the debt? I want the natural saint physique to be born and come to the human world as soon as possible." He's dead. A half-step saint has been completely turned into ashes, and even the blood mist has disappeared. Many people murmured, their hearts fluctuating. They went from shock to horror, and they did not know what to say. In the distance, the Wind Phoenix was extremely shocked, and she stared at Yifan. This person had killed a half-step saint with a river of stars, and his fierce attacks made her feel like she had seen him before. Unbelievable, Ji Bue murmured to herself. She raised her snow-white chin and rubbed her temples. She revealed a thoughtful expression and said, "Could it be that the person from back then has returned?" She inadvertently glanced at the Wind Phoenix. The Wind Phoenix turned around and ignored her. She didn't want to bicker with her. The other party had indifferently provoked her emotions again and again, causing her to be secretly angry. Qingxia City. Landslides and tsunamis. This was the first noise that broke out. After the shock, everyone started to discuss. Just who was this person? Could be said to be ridiculously powerful. Even if it was the light-shaking king, would he be able to do this? Even though many people felt that it was no problem since he could rival half-saints, they still hadn't seen it with their own eyes. He's simply the reincarnation of an ancient war god. He's truly divine and valiant. His strength is capable of uprooting mountains, and his aura is matchless. He even cracked a half-saint artifact with his fist. Many people sighed. This type of accomplishment was something they would never be able to achieve in their entire lives. They could only look up to him. He was like a king among men, impossible to surpass. Yifan sheathed his spear and stood upright. The dark golden spear swallowed and spat out the radiance of the Milky Way, twining with the starlight of the 9 heavens. It only dimmed after a long time as he descended. Boom! At this moment, people felt a powerful fluctuation coming from the end of the earth. It seemed that there were 2 immemorial fierce beasts confronting each other. "Master!" Li Qingzhou shouted. He turned into a beam of light that traversed the night sky and flew into the distance. His face was full of worry. Seeing this, everyone came back to their senses and started to leave the island one after another. They rushed to the end of the horizon outside Qingxia City, because an even more terrifying battle was taking place there. The battle between the light-shaking king and the mysterious human warrior. We can't miss it. Before this, people all agreed that the light-shaking king would win without a doubt. Now, who could compete with him? But it was different at this moment. A half-saint had been taken care of. The Battle of the Peak, the battle between the light-shaking king and the king among men who could kill half-saints. Who is stronger and who is weaker? Many people were overwhelmed with emotions. They had never thought that such an exciting thing would happen on this night. They felt that this trip was worth it. In fact, Yi Fan was the first to move. As soon as the battle was over, he descended from the sky and walked away with his spear on his back. Everyone followed behind him. No matter how hard Li Qingzhou tried, he couldn't surpass them even with the holy light spell. Oh no! The Lord is just a holy light body. Now that the real body of this man has gone there, will there be a big problem? A boy's face turned pale. Let's hurry back to the Holy Land and ask the Divine Lord to come out of seclusion. Otherwise, there might be an accident tonight. Another boy turned around and left. Li Qingzhou shouted, "Since it is a battle, please be fair to the end." He was worried that there might be a big problem. A shocking battle. People finally arrived. The primal chaos was released in front of them, surging in all directions. It was extremely terrifying. They could only see two light shadows moving. They couldn't see their secret skills and movements clearly. No one dared to get too close. Otherwise, they would die for sure. This place was far enough from Qingxia City. Yi Fan's Taoist body and Yao Guang's holy light body had already fought into the 100,000 mountains, far away from human settlements. Otherwise, the people would be plunged into an abyss of misery and blood would flow like rivers. The battle had already reached its climax. Both of them fought their way into the wilderness and didn't hold back at all. Their Taoist arts were shocking, and the mountains that were thousands of feet tall were like pieces of paper, crumbling one after another under the attacks of the two of them. In this place, rocks pierced through the air, raging waves beat against the shore, and the vast ocean of energy rolled up into the sky. The two of them fought to the point where it seemed like the stars and moon were about to fall. The Eastern Barren, as the name suggested, had many wild swamps, ancient forests, and boundless primitive lands. Yi Fan and Yao Guang's Taoist body charged into the Great Barren, startling countless ferocious birds and beasts. Many of them were rare ancient species. A few cult master-level beasts would rush out from time to time. They roared angrily, but they couldn't withstand even a single attack. People clearly saw an ancient golden peng's several hundred-meter-long golden body explode in the sky and turn into a bloody mist. Yi Fan's true body was the first to arrive, so he naturally didn't make a move. He watched coldly from the sidelines. The others were both respectful and fearful of him. They didn't dare to approach him, and they all watched from afar. This is a hero that can contend against the Yao Guang monarch has actually appeared. Seeing was believing. People's hearts trembled, and they all broke out in a cold sweat. What kind of powerful existence was this? The two of them fought their way into the depths of the Great Barren, leaving behind a scene of desolation. Many mountain ranges were broken, and many of the main peaks had disappeared. Yi Fan and the Yao Guang monarch opened up a huge ravine and entered the Great Barren. The fierce battle had reached its climax. Who do you think will win in the end? People began to discuss in private. This kind of world-shaking battle affected everyone's hearts. I think the Yao Guang monarch will win. Even if that person killed a half-saint, the Yao Guang monarch has overlooked the 5 regions for so many years. He has long cultivated a supreme mysterious technique. It's hard to say. There were also people who shook their heads. My master will definitely win, Li Qingzhou said. He stood under the starry sky and clenched his fists tightly. Even his knuckles had turned blue, displaying the nervousness in his heart. When people heard him say this, many people nodded in agreement. Chong! Suddenly, waves of killing intent spread out from the Great Barren Land. Many people turned pale with fright. The Yao Guang monarch was actually at a disadvantage. Yi Fan's Dao body spat out endless light from its mouth. It turned into a Dao sword and slashed in all directions. It was as resplendent as a bolt of lightning as it streaked across the black sky. It was incomparably dazzling. The Yao Guang monarch shouted coldly. Divine light surged around his body, and he was like a sacred furnace that burned fiercely. He released a sea of blood energy and boundless divine power. Kill! The Yao Guang monarch shouted loudly. He had almost suffered a great loss just now, and now he revealed his killing intent. The unparalleled sacred light technique was displayed, and in an instant, everything was impenetrable. This is a great reliance of the Yao Guang monarch. Once this technique is used, he is innately undefeatable. The sacred light technique is number one under the heavens. It can evolve into endless secret techniques that can shake any expert. The Yao Guang monarch was actually forced to this step. Everyone was shocked. They held their breaths and didn't even dare to breathe loudly as they watched the battle nervously. Honglong, the Yao Guang monarch turned into an eternal sacred furnace. Its aura devoured mountains and rivers, and its head of black hair danced about. Its trajectory became more and more mysterious and unfathomable. At this moment, every movement he made seemed to have its own natural laws and harmonized with the Tao. With a clear roar, the majestic mountain peaks were turned into powder. His bravery was unrivaled under the heavens. His arm shook, and the mountains and rivers were all destroyed. The long rivers flowed into the heavens, and holy light swept out. The entire world trembled, and the stars and moon lost their light. He became powerful, and it was as if he was tearing through rotten weeds. The great wastelands were almost completely destroyed by him, and it was razed to the ground. He wanted to suppress Yifan's Tao body. Yifan released a long roar. He didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. He actually drew upon the starlight in the sky to fight. Rivers of stars descended from the sky, covering his surroundings in a vast expanse of whiteness. In the end, one could see the sun and moon revolving around him. The great stars were majestic, and countless ancient stars appeared in all directions, surrounding him at the center. This was like a star domain in the universe. He stood at the center, condensing all types of light into a silver divine spear made of stars. It was unstoppable as it pierced towards the Yao Guang monarch. The battle reached its climax. Yifan's spear made of stars pierced towards the enemy. Sparks flew in all directions, because the Yao Guang monarch's holy light had turned into a sacred furnace to block the attack. Dang! This was the 1,300th time that Yifan thrusted out his divine spear. It struck the space between the Yao Guang monarch's eyebrows, but there was a sacred furnace there. Couldn't advance even an inch, and only dazzling sparks flew in all directions. Hong! The Yao Guang monarch's aura increased once again. His body was about to merge with the sacred furnace. Blood energy and holy light overflowed into the heavens, as if he was an eternal furnace that could split the heavens and earth apart. In the distance, everyone was trembling. Many people directly fell to the ground, and they couldn't help but shiver in fear. It was difficult for them to budge, as if they were being targeted by an archaic vicious beast. Too terrifying. No wonder the Yao Guang monarchs, once the Yao Guang monarch appears, who can contend against him. Everyone was scared witless. At this moment, the Yao Guang monarch's body merged with the sacred furnace, advancing into the realm of the unity of heaven and man. He merged with the great Tao of heaven and earth, and every movement he made was a Tao law. Unity of heaven and man, natural Tao. The Yao Guang monarch roared and suppressed forward. Yifan also released a loud shout. He was completely different from the Yao Guang monarchs. His essence energy quickly rose, and he wanted to break through all of the restrictions of this world. Every drop of blood turned into an ancient life star, and his Tao bones became a river of stars. Meanwhile, traces of the great Tao appeared beneath his feet. He stood there proudly, trampling all of these traces under his feet. He held the divine spear made of stars in his hands as he advanced. The two collided fiercely. Divine force rippled outwards in all directions. A great collapse occurred, tearing mountains and splitting the heavens as if they were rotten weeds. The Yao Guang monarch was one with the world, impervious to all methods. His body erupted with endless light. At this moment he seemed to have merged with the Tao. His body turned into a metallic and dazzling sacred furnace. With a clang, he opened the lid and took in and spat out the essence of the sun and moon. Brilliant, immortal, multicolored light gushed out, and then he quickly sucked Yifan inside. During this process, the 100,000 great mountains were all shaking. The sun, moon, and stars were about to fall. It was terrifying beyond compare. Everyone was shocked. I've already said that no one is a match for my master. If the saints don't appear, my master is the ruler of humanity. Li Qingzhou couldn't help but say. Even the king among men who killed a half-saint couldn't defeat him? Everyone cried out in surprise. My master is unrivaled, Li Qingzhou said proudly. The Yao Guang monarch is truly peerless. His mysterious technique is unrivaled under the heavens. Who can contend against him? Everyone was shocked, and many people said with trembling voices, bang! Suddenly, a huge sound rang out. The sacred furnace that suppressed heaven and earth shook violently, and the lid almost flew off. Kacha! The wall of the sacred furnace cracked, and a sharp spear tip pierced out. It was so dazzling even under the night sky. The sacred furnace was covered in cracks, and then it completely cracked. Then, it released a deafening rumble and completely exploded. Yifan emerged. Above the 9 heavens, streams of stars descended one after another. It was a vast expanse of whiteness and incomparably holy. He was bathed in the resplendent starlight. The scene was absolutely silent. Chapter 1049. Under the starry skies, radiance shone brilliantly. Every strand of Yifan's hair danced in the wind, revealing traces of the Tao. He was bathed in the sea of stars as he towered between heaven and earth. The sacred furnace exploded into pieces. The world was silent, and no one could say anything. Had the Alcade monarch been defeated? Many people did not dare to believe it. Master! Li Qingzhou cried out. Even though he knew that it was a sacred body and not real flesh and blood, he still couldn't help but cry out in sorrow. Defeated, the Alcade monarch was defeated. This person is too powerful. A heaven-warping king has appeared out of nowhere. The human race's #1 severing Tao experts ranking is about to change. Only at this moment did people speak. Their faces were full of shock and astonishment. This result had exceeded everyone's expectations. For so many years, the Alcade monarch had ruled the world and had long established an unrivaled prestige. He had never been defeated in a fair battle, but now this undefeated legend had been shattered. Just now, the Alcade monarch had merged with the Tao and turned into a sacred furnace that towered between heaven and earth. He had clearly sucked that person in and was about to turn him into ashes, so how could he have been defeated? The Alcade monarch had dominated the eastern wastelands for so many years, so there were naturally people who revered him greatly. They found it hard to accept this result. There was a huge flood in this world formed by the fragments of the sacred furnace. It had cut through the towering mountain peaks, and the wastelands had almost been razed to the ground. Between heaven and earth, holy light and clouds rose. Divine might was everywhere, and everyone felt a chill run down their spine. The spear destroyed the Alcade monarch. This battle will definitely shake the 5 regions and shock the entire world. Chong! Amidst everyone's clamor, the world trembled. The sound of metal cracking stone resounded through the heavens. The shattered pieces of the sacred furnace flew back and reformed. The cracks on the sacred furnace's walls healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, disappearing completely in the blink of an eye. Blood energy and holy light rushed into the heavens once again with a momentum that could swallow mountains and rivers. Everyone was astonished, and then they became excited. The Alcade monarch's methods were heaven-defying. It seemed that there would definitely be a fierce battle, which made them look forward to it even more. My master will not be defeated. Li Qingzhou clenched his fists tightly, feeling extremely nervous. Yifan's true body watched on coldly from the sidelines. He was fully aware of how frightening a light-shaking realm cultivator was, because he had never used vicious inheritance. What he had just displayed was not his true strength. Of course, Yifan himself had yet to use any of his world-defying secret techniques. He was also holding back, so he was naturally fearless. Let's go to the god-perishing battlefield. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the light-shaking realm didn't immediately make a move. Instead, it transformed into a streak of holy light and flew into the sky. Yifan sneered coldly. He stepped on a river of stars and streaked across the sky, instantly disappearing into the boundless night sky and rushing into the distance. The god-perishing battlefield is extremely far from here. Ordinary people can't enter at all. It's said that there were deities who died in battle there. The conditions there are terrible and terrifying. Battle souls cry out all year round. Everyone was shocked, but they all followed. However, how could they compare to Yao Guang and Yifan? They were all left far behind. Roar! Demonic gods were roaring. Streaks of terrifying void figures were moving about. This was an ancient and inextinguishable battle intent that had yet to disperse. The stars and moon in the god-perishing battlefield were dim. The earth was scorched red. Not a single blade of grass grew in this place. It was a barren land. At this moment, Yao Guang and Yifan rushed in one after the other. They felt a powerful killing intent. The inextinguishable laws of ancient experts interweaved, forming a demonic land that no one dared to enter. Under normal circumstances, no one dared to come here, let alone go deeper. After all, there was always the danger of transforming into the Tao at every turn. Legend had it that the ancient sages and the deities of the outer realms had fought a great battle here, shocking the world and making the gods weep. In the end, it was incomparably bitter, and all the experts had fallen. The blood of deities dyed this place red. Their ultimate laws did not disperse and interweaved here. Every night, one could hear the roars of gods and demons. Yifan and Yao Guang avoided the ancient laws and rushed into the forbidden land. A great battle was about to unfold here to decide life and death. Yao Guang transformed from the sacred furnace back into his human form and recovered. It was impossible to see whether he was happy, angry, or sad. His eyes were deep, as if he could see through Yifan's soul. Could it be that you've truly returned? He calmly spoke. A sword appeared in his hand. Under the moonlight, it was as bright as autumn waters. I thought you were going to use a vicious secret technique, but it turns out you wanted to use a divine artifact to decide victory and defeat. No matter what, I will accompany you, said Yifan. 2 black ancient arrows appeared. The Tao body he forged from the one spirit transforming 3 pure techniques was extremely powerful, but it had a time limit. Just now, the 2 of them attacked quickly. Even though they didn't waste too much time, they couldn't delay any longer. They needed to immediately end things. Compared to the meaning of this battle, I want to confirm your identity even more, said Yao Guang. The long sword in his hand was incomparably brilliant, as if the moon illuminated 1,000 lakes. Hong! Blazing light directly submerged the world. This was a divine artifact. Terrifying fluctuations spread in all directions, scattering many of the ancient laws in this forbidden land. This was destructive. If one didn't become a saint, they couldn't resist the might of a saint. This was a type of tyrannical might. Even half-saints couldn't do this because they weren't true saints. The barrier of the divine domain blocked everything, only allowing them to display a few strands of holy might. Yifan had 8 restrictions, but he had only just broken through the barrier of the divine domain. Just like a half-saint, he was stopped below a true saint, so it was naturally difficult for him to directly resist. Chi! He grabbed a black arrow and forcefully slashed it out. Black light overflowed into the heavens like a mountain flood. It immediately rushed up, colliding with the sword light that submerged the world. At the same time, he held another black arrow to protect himself, preventing the divine artifact from injuring his body. He had both offense and defense, calm and natural. The entire world exploded. This was a confrontation of the divine domain. It shocked the world and intimidated the universe. If someone was here, they would definitely tremble and kneel down. Saints were high up above, exceeding the scope of humans. They couldn't be defeated, and the weapons they forged were naturally like this as well. Once they revived, they would slaughter everything. Yifan's black arrow was a secret treasure. After leaving Hangu Pass, it had experienced several dozen battles of various sizes, and it had long been tested. It was enough to resist a divine artifact, so he didn't have to worry about it being damaged. The black arrow clashed against the divine artifact. The land of perishing was cut open, tearing out black void abyss after void, cutting through all directions. At this moment, all secret methods and forbidden techniques were useless. Only the divine force was eternal. This was the reason why the sages were high up above. Just this kind of power was enough to suppress all life. That was why there was the saying that everything below the divine Tao was dirt. The saint had broken through the scope of human. Only at this step would one have the capital to traverse the heavens, and only then would they be able to cross the cosmos. This was a qualitative transformation. It was like a fish leaping into a dragon. Right now, everything was fake. Only the clash of divine artifacts could make one sense the eternal power. The two fiercely clashed, activating all of the divine force and cultivation in their bodies. Without a doubt, the resurrection of the divine artifact required incomparably majestic power. If one's cultivation wasn't enough, he might be exhausted to death, and his body would become a withered tree. Yifan's wonderful technique of turning into the three pure ones showed its invincibility at this moment. This was because this Taoist body was as powerful as the original body, almost like another him. The origin of the human race's divine body was as vast as the sea. "It really is you," Yao Guang shouted. He immediately realized that Yifan had returned. He had appeared on this land again. "That's right, it's me. I've come to settle the unfinished battle and grudge with you 14 years ago." Yifan let out a clear roar, and with the black arrow in hand, he charged forward. Yao Guang was greatly moved after knowing his opponent's identity. Terror filled the depths of his eyes. The sun, moon, and stars rotated, and the scene of the galaxy being destroyed appeared in his mind. He used all of his strength to activate this divine sword, slashing through the heaven and earth. He almost turned into a god, but his holy light body wasn't the main body, so he couldn't display all of his cultivation. Meanwhile, Yifan didn't care about his identity at this moment. The ocean-like golden blood qi in his body drowned out the heaven and earth, instantly destroying everything in its path. The black arrow was unstoppable, and nothing could stop him. Boom! The black arrow fused with the Tao, piercing through the sky, turning into a streak of black light as it shot forward. It was as if a black ocean was surging. Dang! The black arrow struck the divine sword, creating a deafening sound. The aftermath destroyed everything in its path, tearing through the sky and destroying everything in its path. Yao Guang was sent flying, and a trickle of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. It wasn't true blood, but rather the manifestation of his scattered Tao essence. If it wasn't for the divine sword protecting his body, not even his bones would have been left. He turned around and left. Without his true body, he couldn't use his true forbidden power at all. Meanwhile, his opponent's Taoist body was incomparably strange. It was as if his true body was standing there, and the blood in his body was like a tsunami. The deafening sound was unstoppable. "Where do you think you're going?" Yifan chased relentlessly. He naturally didn't want to let this holy light body go, and he wanted to kill him here. In the distance, people had just arrived when they saw the two of them crossing the sky and rushing to an even further place. They were all indescribably shocked. Unfortunately, there was a god-perishing battlefield between them, so they couldn't follow immediately. The ancient sage laws had blocked off this place. However, even though they couldn't follow immediately, they could see the fact that one was chasing and the other was fleeing. What? Yao Guang was defeated and is being chased by that person. How could this be? Who is this person? How could he defeat the unrivaled Yao Guang? Everyone was petrified and looked at everything in disbelief. They thought that Yao Guang could turn the situation around and defeat his opponent in the end, but they never thought that he would be fleeing in defeat. No. How could my teacher? How could he be defeated? Li Qingzhou's breathing became hurried. Yao Guang moved with the divine artifact. He was fast to the extreme, almost as if he was crossing the sky. However, the black arrow in Yifan's hand could also tear apart the void. He used the move character without any misgivings and quickly closed in. Killing this holy light body didn't have much meaning. Yifan's main objective was to seize this holy sword. This was a holy weapon that had been passed down through the ages. Meanwhile, the reason why Yao Guang fled was also to protect this weapon. He didn't want it to fall into the enemy's hands. Otherwise, what harm would there be in abandoning a light body? You can't leave. There is no way I'll let you return to your true body's side. Yifan still hadn't faced off against the heavenly prince, so he didn't want others to know that he had returned. Chi! The heavens fell and the earth cracked. 2 black arrows shot out, both of them flying towards the holy sword. The stars in the sky seemed to be trembling, as if they were going to fall. Within the 100,000 great mountains, as long as it reached into the clouds, the upper half of it wouldn't turn into dust. Wherever the black arrows passed, it would be destroyed as if nothing was left. This holy sword was even more holy than the stars and moon in the sky. Radiance radiated in all directions. It was the silver moon divine jade of the 9 heavens divine jade series. It was sparkling, brilliant, and incomparably beautiful. Dang! The black arrows collided with it again and again, emitting ear-splitting sounds. Yao Guang finally couldn't hold on any longer. His entire arm broke apart, and his body tore through the void. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. Clang! Yifan was as fast as lightning. The move character was unparalleled in the world. He used the 2 black arrows to suppress the silver radiance of the holy weapon and put its deity into a deep sleep. Holy weapons are difficult to obtain. They are different from secret treasures like the black arrows. Once the deity within them revives, it will be a great disaster. Yifan felt that suppressing it in the green cauldron would be the safest. He most likely wouldn't be able to use it in a short period of time. Yao Guang, where do you think you're going? Yifan put away the holy sword and chased after it with the move character. He stopped the heavily injured Yao Guang and forced him into a desperate situation. When everyone hurried over, they only saw this scene. Yifan stood alone under the starry sky. With a pull of his hands, he tore the Yao Guang monarch into 2 halves. The blood formed from Tao essence scattered down and dyed the vast sky red. What? He used his bare hands to kill the Yao Guang monarch's Tao body. Everyone was shocked. The Yao Guang monarch, who hadn't tasted defeat in 14 years, actually had his Tao body split into 2 halves today. The entire starry sky was deathly silent. Everyone was stupefied. Chapter 1050. Yao Guang monarch had been defeated. What did I just see? Yao Guang monarch was killed and split into 2 halves. Under the starry sky, bright red blood sprinkled down from the sky. It was formed by Yao Guang monarch's Taoist essence. It scattered everywhere, making people shudder. The moonlight was like water and twinkling stars. Yifan stood in the sky and forcefully tore apart Yao Guang monarch's body. It was a shocking scene under the silver moonlight. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yao Guang monarch had been killed. It was like the sky had fallen. Everyone was petrified and couldn't believe it. The undefeated legend had been broken. For more than 10 years, Yao Guang monarch had swept across the land. In this era without saints, it was difficult to find a worthy opponent. But now, he had been torn apart by a mysterious person. His blood dyed the sky like a dream. "Ah, Master!" Li Qingzhou shouted. He was terrified. A chill ran down his spine, making him feel like he had fallen into an ice cellar. For so many years, Yao Guang monarch had established an undefeated monument. Even the ancient races didn't dare to provoke him. But now he had been killed. It was like piercing through the sky. The bright moon hung high in the sky. The moonlight was like water and lingered in the thin mist. Yifan stood in the sky like a god. His skin was crystal clear as if it was made of gold. His eyes were as sharp as lightning. He glanced around. No one dared to look at him directly. They all lowered their heads. In their eyes, he was like a young god who had killed Yao Guang monarch. Who wouldn't be scared? Swish! Yifan's Taoist body turned into a wisp of clear air and returned to his body with the 2 black arrows and the Yaoguang monarch. Then he disappeared. Only Yifan was left in the world. Li Qingzhou clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He didn't dare to be angry. If he dared to fight against a master who could kill his master, not even ashes would be left. Yaoguang monarch only created a holy light body. His real body is still invincible. He can't use many magical powers tonight. It's not a big deal, a boy said. With a flash of blazing light, Yifan tore open the void and left the desolate land. Only then did people let out a sigh of relief. The pressure just now was so great that they almost suffocated. So powerful. Is it him? There's a similar aura. The wind phoenix was endlessly bewildered. Divine splendor shot out from her beautiful eyes, and the multicolored mask flickered. Auspicious light overflowed and wrapped around her immortal body. Don't tell me. That person is really back, but it doesn't seem like it. Turning his flesh and blood into ancient stars isn't his doing. Jibua muttered to herself. They were all guessing. A character like this would definitely shock the world. They were all trying to guess his identity and what kind of inheritance he would have. They should be guests from outside this region. Suddenly, a living fossil opened his mouth and came to this conclusion. This is very possible. Many people were greatly shaken, and then they couldn't help but nod. 10 years ago, great sage Hunchuo had said that there were foreign experts rushing over. It would not be a surprise if their disciples appeared in this world one day. The starry skies were in an uproar. This great wasteland was originally filled with towering ancient trees and wild beasts. Ancient golden pungs, heaven-swallowing apes, scarlet golden crows, and others roamed about, but now it was a complete mess. Broken mountains, great rifts, and deep abysses were everywhere. After the great battle, all sorts of flying beasts and ancient beasts were scared off, fleeing far into the depths of the wasteland, and only a scene of desolation remained. This night was destined to be difficult to calm down. So many things had happened. Yifan's true body had slaughtered a half-saint, and his path body had destroyed the Alcade king. This had triggered a huge wave that swept through the eastern barren territory. After an unknown period of time, the crowd finally dispersed from the 100,000 mountain range. Most of the people returned to Qingxia City, and there were heated discussions of cultivators everywhere. The sacred master's true body will definitely be able to suppress this person. The light-shaking realm disciple was extremely angry and unconvinced. Because of the rise of the light-shaking realm, even disciples like them had to be treated with respect. This was the first time they had ever felt this way. Is Master's true body really still on the Alcade main peak? Li Qingzhou muttered to himself and looked at the bright starry sky. In the northern territory, the Heaven Prince received the news immediately. He stood on an ancient mountain, and 2 blazing lightning beams shot out from his eyes, cutting through the night sky. A huge mountain in front of him was flattened by his gaze, and rubble flew into the sky. A half-saint was killed by that person in the south? He was in a bad mood. The powerful half-saints among the descendants of the 8 divine generals were his right-hand men. The death of any one of them was an immeasurable loss. In the near future, there was hope for them to become saints, and they could follow him all the way to conquer the world. If they died like this, it would be a great pity. The heavenly prince's expression was cold. His hair that reached his waist fluttered in the wind. Even though he was handsome beyond compare and had a graceful bearing, his expression was a bit frightening. Cracks appeared on the purple-gold crown on his head before it exploded. Behind him stood a row of ancient race powerhouses. All of them were burning with divine flames, and their killing intent soared into the sky. All they needed was an order from him, and they would attack the south. These people all had different appearances, and they came from the 8 major races. Some of them had divine wings, and lightning crackled around their bodies. Some of them had demonic light that covered the moon, and they had the power to move mountains and rivers. They were like a group of reborn divine generals. God's son, didn't the Blood Phoenix Mountain and the Fire Qilin Cave agree? We only need a word from you, and we can attack the south, flatten those useless chickens and dogs, and wash them with blood. A descendant of a divine general said. His voice buzzed, shaking the mountains in front of him. One could imagine how powerful he was. I sent out a few clansmen and even sent a few half-saints south to find out who that person is. I didn't think they would die as soon as they arrived. The Heaven Prince's expression was cold. With his hands behind his back, he stared at the horizon, as if he wanted to see through the void and see the southern territory. We must teach him a lesson and grind his bones to dust. Prince, move out. No matter who jumps out, we will kill them all. The descendants of the 8 divine generals all had magical power like the sea. Their bloodlines were pure, and their strength was incomparably powerful. I will personally kill him. However, this time I won't just kill one person. The sacred prince will definitely jump out. This time, I will clean them all up. The Heaven Prince said coldly. But what if that person from Mount Meru becomes angry? The divine silkworm race's princess isn't easy to provoke either. The descendants of the 8 divine generals revealed worried expressions. It's fine. It is true that Mount Meru has the great sage, but my ancient race doesn't only have him. The Heaven Prince's expression was cold. He opened his palm and crushed an ancient weapon into pieces. If I want to kill them, they won't be able to escape from my palm. Some of the descendants of the 8 divine generals were worried, and some were excited. They knew that a tremendous storm was about to begin. The god's son was about to take action. Suddenly, a long roar sounded from the distance. A figure approached like a shooting star, and a wave of intense fluctuations spread out. God's son, it's not good. Several armies that entered the southern territory have been wiped out. Moreover, the person who came knelt on one knee and stole a glance at the Heaven Prince. He was a bit hesitant and didn't dare to speak. Moreover, what? The Heaven Prince asked coldly. The second half-saint has been killed. This person said this news while trembling with fear. What? Another half-saint has been killed? Who exactly did it? How could this be? Even the ancient prince would have to expend a lot of effort to deal with a half-saint. How could the 8 divine generals be killed as soon as they arrived in the southern territory? Someone couldn't help but ask. Behind the Heaven Prince, the descendants of the divine generals all changed expressions. All of them clenched their teeth and clenched their fists. Their joints made cracking sounds. It's the sacred prince. The ancient race member who came to report said and stole a glance at the Heaven Prince's expression. I knew it. He would definitely jump out. He's dead for sure. The Heaven Prince's expression was cold. He then turned to look at an ancient black mountain and ordered his subordinates. Go report to the Blood Phoenix Mountain and the Fire Chelan Cave. We will move south together tonight. That night, the southern territory was in an uproar. Under the starry sky, many decisive battles unfolded. The results were shocking and shook the world. Dongfang Yi, Yan Yishi, Li Tian, Li Heishui, and the others moved out together and intercepted the Heaven Prince's troops. They used the goddess furnace to activate the great sage's weapon without mercy and killed everyone. This was the first time Longma participated in such a thing. He kept shouting that he was going to do something big again. Killing and burning was the best. He might as well just destroy the ancient race's nest. The group rolled their eyes. This guy simply wanted the world to be in chaos. He was a scourge. Li Tian couldn't help but say, I say, Brother Longma, are you an auspicious beast? Are you really a mount that only the ancient saint emperors could have? How can you be so cruel? What Brother Longma? From now on, call me Master Long. Longma corrected loudly. His entire body was surrounded by flames. His scales were sparkling and resplendent. There wasn't a single strand of hair on his mane. Long, your grandpa. The group gave him a slap. At the same time, the sacred prince also arrived in the southern territory. In another ancient city, his fiery eyes discovered a half-saint and recognized him as one of the heavenly prince's troops. This battle was earth-shattering. The winds and clouds within 100 li were stirred up. The monkey was too brave. No matter how much the half-saint roared, he couldn't reverse the situation. His head was smashed by a rod and his brains splattered in all directions. The battle race was the most valiant race in the ancient era. The sacred prince had the blood of an ancient emperor flowing in his body. When his blood flowed, the sound it emitted was like thunder and tsunamis. The southern territory was in an uproar. It was a sleepless night. People were discussing everywhere. They were all nervously paying attention to the development of the situation. They knew that a great battle was about to unfold. A mysterious person killed a half-saint and a light-shaking realm cultivator. This night is truly a storm. Now, even the sacred prince has come and killed another half-saint. There will be a huge commotion. 3 of the heavenly prince's armies have already been defeated. They were all slaughtered as soon as they entered the southern territory. This is truly a tit for tat. This is a slap to the heavenly prince's face. Winds and clouds surged in the southern territory. Stars filled the sky, but many cultivators didn't feel sleepy at all. They were all paying close attention to the situation. They knew that a hurricane was coming. On this night, rumors spread everywhere. All kinds of news came out. Among them, there was one that everyone was paying attention to. The light-shaking monarch's true body might be coming out of seclusion. Does he want to quell the chaos or fight to the death with that mysterious person? The light-shaking monarch's true body hadn't appeared for many years. Everyone was very nervous. They didn't know if it was true or false. The night became even more chaotic. Something big has happened. The heavenly prince is heading south and leading 8 divisions of gods. He's about to kill his way into the southern territory. An even greater storm erupted. A hurricane swept through the eastern wastelands. Chapter 1051. The whole eastern barren territory was in a state of tension, especially in the southern region, where the incident happened. The atmosphere was suffocating. This night was destined to be a sleepless one. Countless cultivators were paying close attention to this matter. It was as if a great mountain was pressing down on everyone's hearts. Has the heavenly imperial prince arrived? Ever since the news arrived, someone would ask this question every few moments. They looked towards the north and waited for the arrival of the storm. This was a type of torment. Many great sects that did not get along with the ancient races were even more alarmed, afraid that the heavenly imperial prince would lead the 8 generals to wipe them out. In such a great world, human lives were cheaper than grass. Even many immortal inheritances felt threatened, let alone others. In the latter half of the night, even the moonlight seemed a bit cold. However, the ancient cities were still brightly lit. A few teleportation formations flickered from time to transmit the latest news. He's here, he's really here. The heavenly imperial prince has entered the southern region. The moment this news came out, the oppressive sky exploded. Many places were in an uproar as if a pot was boiling. Everyone knew that the hurricane had arrived. In the latter half of the night, an enormous gate appeared in the southern region. Troops and horses came out one after another, forming a huge black mass. Just looking at it was enough to make one shiver in fear. Those who hurt my troops will die. Today, we will trample the southern region and find the true culprit. A cold voice resounded through the sky. The sky shook and the void distorted. It was so powerful that even the stars were about to fall down. The heavenly imperial prince overlooked the southern region. He stood on top of a 10,000-meter high peak. His eyes were extremely cold as 2 beams of light shot out, piercing through the heaven and earth. He led the descendants of the 8 generals and finally arrived at this restless land. They were about to wipe out their enemies and open the curtains to an unprecedented war. He's here. The heavenly imperial prince has really come and stepped onto the southern region's land. The 8 generals are as powerful as the clouds in a forest. They can conquer any ancient sect. The heaven-shaking battle clouds have appeared. The battle has begun. The southern region was in an uproar, and the cultivators were shaken. No one could calm down. Many people roared out after suppressing themselves and waited for the battle to begin. The heavenly imperial prince led his army south with monstrous might. Not only was the southern region shaken, but the news had also spread to central continent, western desert, northern plains, and other places. Trample the southern region? What arrogance! There were quite a few people from the southern domain who were stifling their anger. They were extremely dissatisfied and didn't want to hear such words. They couldn't help but laugh coldly. Let's hope that mysterious expert is strong enough to kill all the 8 generals. It would be best if he could break the legs of the Heaven Prince so that he would never dare to step foot on this land again. Some people really wanted to vent their anger, so they said this. Everyone knew that the Heavenly Prince was too powerful, a heaven-warping genius from the ancient times. The undying Heavenly Emperor's blood flowed through his body, so his innate aptitude was great to the point of leaving others speechless. If his various potentials were revealed to the world, it would definitely be terrifying. Perhaps many so-called geniuses would die of shame. His flesh and bones were just too terrifying. Thus, even though many people wished for nothing more than for something to happen to him, very few felt that he would suffer a great defeat, because he was boundlessly terrifying. He'd once drowned an entire world with a mouthful of blood energy, and he'd even swallowed a half-saint. The power of such a character was truly frightening. Regardless of whether or not he really swallowed a half-saint, it was enough to prove that his battle prowess was as deep as the ocean. During the latter half of the night, the sound of horses galloping across the southern domain sky was like thunder. A group of ancient race experts were galloping as fast as lightning, bringing with them a monstrous storm as they marched towards Qingxia City. Because the mysterious human expert was precisely making his move here. The Heavenly Prince was leading an army to kill his way here, and his aura was overflowing. Along the way, they did not utter a single word, but the sound of all kinds of beasts galloping was ear-splitting, as if a great river was sweeping across the night sky. Is that Qingxia City up ahead? The Heavenly Prince stood on top of an ancient war chariot. The body of the chariot was made from metal, and it was flowing with an aura of vicissitudes. There was a type of everlasting battle intent. 9 wild beasts were pulling the chariot, and as they trampled across the sky, the sound was ear-splitting like thunder. No matter who he is, he must die this time. Let's wash this place clean with blood. The descendants of the 8 generals shouted. At this moment, the winds and clouds in all directions scattered, and many mountain peaks began to shake. The boundless great earth, vast rivers, and mountains were all overlooked beneath their feet. Their blood surged, as if they had returned to the archaic era, as if the undying Heavenly Emperor had once again descended upon the great earth. Meanwhile, they became existences like their ancestors, becoming true divine generals. They fought against the deities of the 9 heavens, fought against the demon kings of the 9 underworlds, and looked down on the 9 heavens 10 earths. That was a time when battle spirit soared to the heavens. The immortal Heavenly Emperor and his 8 divine generals created an immortal mythical era that was revered by future generations. This kind of glory made the blood of their descendants boil even now. Qingxia City was quiet, but it was brightly lit, as bright as day. Many people did not sleep, even the mortals, because they already knew that this place would become a place of turmoil. Sure enough, in the latter half of the night, people were shouting and horses neighing in the distance. A black mass of troops was charging over. All kinds of strange beasts stepped on the vast sky, like a group of demonic gods that could pluck the stars and capture the moon. Sinner, come out. The Heavenly Prince has personally come to the southern region. Stretch out your necks and wait to be executed. Battle spirit surged. Even from 10 li away, it had already surged over violently. It filled the entire ancient city, making people tremble in fear. Closer, the great army approached. The savage beasts cried out, their roars almost shattering the heavens. Great banners fluttered in the wind, as if a flood of steel was rushing over to devour everything. Every single savage beast was a strange species that was rarely seen in this world. There were 9-tailed Chilan beasts, heaven-swallowing divine apes, as well as ancient golden pong. They carried powerful ancient race warriors one after another as they descended upon the southern region. Every single one of them wore armor that flickered with a cold metallic luster. Waves of killing intent pressed over. Cold light shone from their iron clothes, and their weapons were intimidating. This was a group of undefeatable divine generals' descendants. Their arrival made many of the great powers of the southern region speechless. There wasn't a single person who wasn't terrified. Not a single person dared to speak, and they all quickly quietened down. In the latter half of the night, it was unknown just how many ancient sects from the eastern wasteland moved. They all crossed over to this place to quietly watch this battle. This was the most magnificent battle in the last 10 years. Once the heavenly prince appears, who dares to contend against him? The four seas will respect him. Come out and receive your head. A deafening roar disturbed the order of heaven and earth, making the skies collapse. This was the roar of a great completion king-level figure. Just how many people did they bring? Everyone was shocked. If it was normal ancient race experts, then that was one thing, but there was no lack of great completion kings and half-saints among these people. This was the absolute strength of the present age, and any one of them would be unmatched. Everyone's hearts trembled. Were they going to exterminate their clans? This type of army of tigers and wolves, the elites of the ancient races. It was enough to flatten an extraordinary great sect. Who could stop them? Many human cultivators couldn't help but sigh. The ancient races were too powerful, and there was simply no way to compare. In this great world, it could be said that everyone was in danger. This was a reality that couldn't be changed. An ancient war chariot floated high up in the sky. It was covered in blade scars and sword holes. This was a holy war chariot that had experienced the archaic war. The heavenly prince wore an undying crown on his head. He stood there, overlooking everything below. With a wave of his hand, everyone stopped, no longer advancing. This was a type of unmatched might. Many descendants of divine generals all listened to his orders. As long as a single order was given, countless great sects in the southern region would be flattened. This was an unrivaled deterrent force. This seat has arrived. Whoever wants to take my head, come and fight. The heavenly prince roared, his voice ringing through the heavens. It was deafening. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. He looked as if he was carved from jade. His divine appearance was like a saint's, and his style was unparalleled. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the most handsome man under the heavens. His appearance even surpassed the exiled immortal Hua Yunfei of the past. However, he also possessed an unrivaled might. Compared to his jade-like appearance and incomparably handsome appearance, his combat strength made others pay more attention to him and feel fear. No one stepped out from Green Cloud City. It was completely silent, and the entire city seemed to be empty. Lights flickered about, and many cultivators held their breaths. They were nervous to the extreme. What? Now that this prince has arrived, you don't dare to accept my challenge. He coldly spoke, his eyes sweeping over the horizon. The child of God is unrivaled under the starry skies. The heavenly prince is number one in the present age. Around the ancient war chariot, a group of ancient race members roared. The heavens trembled, the earth cracked, and the winds and clouds collapsed. It was as if their roar could bring down the sun, moon, and stars. At this moment, their auras were incomparably flourishing. It was as if even a god could slaughter them. Any enemy that stood in their way would be beheaded. Their blood energy joined together into one, majestic and vast, submerging the mountains and rivers. It was as if heavenly soldiers and generals had descended. Just this kind of sharpness and tyranny was unstoppable. Their morale had reached the peak. Clang! The heavenly prince pulled out a heavenly blade from behind his back. The snow-white brilliance illuminated the mountains and rivers, making the entire night sky as bright as day. The sun, moon, and stars all became dim. Who dares to contend against me? All the ancient race members shouted in unison. Together with the aura of this blade, the undying heavenly blade split open the vast sky and opened up a path. The heavenly prince was like a demonic god as he stood on the ancient war chariot. His handsome and flawless face was filled with coldness. The heavenly blade in his hand pierced through the past and present. How is it? On a mountain peak several tens of li away, the heavenly prince held a dark gold rod in his hand as he stood on a bluestone. On the other side, on a similar mountain peak, Yi Fan stood on a cliff. He nodded and said, "Very powerful." Beneath their feet, there were origin Tao marks that concealed heaven's secrets. No one could deduce that they were here. "I'm not afraid of one person, but I'm worried that several opponents will come." The heavenly prince spoke. The blood energy within his body rumbled. He had always wanted to kill this great enemy, the heavenly prince. With his personality, he must have made certain arrangements for coming south this time. "He wants to kill both you and me," Yi Fan said. "Let me see who has come to make him so confident." The heavenly prince's golden eyes narrowed. He sat cross-legged on the ground and sensed with the heavenly heart of the Saint Ape. "Drawing the heaven's heart to be used by me. Shrinking 1,000 li, reducing the universe to inches. The entire world was within the heart." After a moment of silence, the heavenly prince muttered to himself, "Huang Shudao has come. There's also the aura of the fire Qilin, and—" Yi Fan was shaken when he heard this. According to their guesses, 3 ancient princes should be enough. They didn't expect there to be a 4th. Huolin has also come. The heavenly prince revealed a serious expression for the first time. The fire Qilin cave was the most terrifying. It left behind the fire Qilin and Huolin in this world. They both had the bloodline of ancient emperors, and any one of them would be peerless among their peers. And there were even rumors that if the two of them worked together, their battle prowess would increase by several folds. They would be unrivaled under the heavens. This battle is going to be difficult. Huang Shudao was unfathomable. He had once said that he would only live for the sake of confirming the Tao. This was a master that couldn't be provoked. He was definitely taking action to comprehend the Tao through a great battle. The heavenly prince and the pair of siblings from the fire Qilin cave. This battle was truly too difficult. It made both Yi Fan and the heavenly prince frown. "Even if his army comes, we'll only kill the heavenly prince alone," Yi Fan and the heavenly prince said at the same time. They both laughed. Chapter 1052. In the latter half of the night, the starlight was cold and the silver moon was slanting in the west. Not a sound could be heard, and the mountain peak was shrouded in mist. Yi Fan and the sacred prince sat cross-legged on the bluestone. Their expressions were tranquil, and there was no joy or worry. No matter how the army pressed down on them, they didn't do anything. This was to wear down the sacred prince's morale. No matter how much they clamored, the two of them were as steady as boulders. They were quiet like a virgin, but when they moved, they were like a divine lion splitting apart an elephant. Blood light shone brightly as they waited for the thunderous strike. So many years have passed. What realm has the sacred prince reached? Yi Fan asked. He naturally had to understand everything before the battle began. The sacred prince was originally in seclusion, but he didn't expect Yi Fan to suddenly launch an attack. He traveled through the night to the southern region to cooperate with his thunderous strike. He said, "The same realm as you, standing on the 6th minor step of the Tao-severing realm." Yi Fan's eyes flashed. This sacred prince was indeed impressive, advancing at lightning speed. No matter how many years he cultivated, he still couldn't shake him off. The sacred prince saw his expression and said, "You should be proud. He severed his Tao before you, or rather, you caught up. If he knew, he would definitely be indignant." The Tao severing was a difficult process. Otherwise, the successors of Guhua, Jili, Daoi, and Zifu wouldn't have fallen one after another. There were only a few sacred princes and saintesses left. They had long been replaced by the younger generation, becoming a pile of dirt. When Yi Fan returned to the other side of the starry sky, he spent 3 years to sever his Tao and directly advance to the 3rd minor step. But from then on, every step forward was filled with difficulties. At first, he could still advance 1 minor step a year, but later on, he used a whole 8 years to successfully advance from the 5th minor step to the 6th minor step. How strong is his actual battle prowess? Yi Fan asked. This was the question he was most concerned about. Extremely strong, immeasurable, the sacred prince said solemnly. Otherwise, he would have killed this great enemy long ago. How could he still be alive? Huang Shudao and Fire Qilin's occasional help was one reason, But the main reason was that the heavenly prince himself was strong enough, far exceeding ordinary people. His bloodline power was unprecedented since ancient times. The sacred prince's hair was dazzling under the moonlight, as if it was cast from gold. His expression was solemn as he revealed a secret that could shock the world. Almost every month, he would have a great battle with an inconceivable existence. Do you know who it was? Yifan looked suspiciously at the solemn sacred prince and asked him. Yifan listened attentively. He has at least 10 chances a year to fight the undying heavenly emperor in his youth. The sacred prince's voice was very low. What? The light in Yifan's eyes intensified, shooting out 2 lightning-like rays of light. His face revealed a strange expression. This news was sensational. Battling with the undying heavenly emperor in his youth was like a dream. That was an existence that was regarded as surpassing gods, and was revered by all races. What's going on? The undying heavenly emperor is very strict with his only son and left behind many methods to train him. It was rumored that the undying heavenly emperor's arts were profound, and he had left behind an inextinguishable imprint from his youth. Only his bloodline could activate it, awaken the imprint, and carry out the battle. When Yifan heard this, he frowned. This was such a terrifying way of teaching. Ordinary people would not be able to do it. To fight against the legendary supreme beings of the 10,000 races, this was something that all Tao verifiers desired. He has suffered quite a bit over the years. The sacred prince mocked, revealing a smile. Yifan nodded and said, "That's true. The undying heavenly emperor is very likely the strongest since ancient times. Even if he inherited his bloodline and heavenly arts, he might not be able to compare. I really hope that the undying heavenly emperor in his youth would beat that brat into a cripple. However, as a father, I don't think he would do so." The sacred prince laughed. Yifan rolled his eyes. This monkey was very insincere. Did he really think that he would beat his son into a cripple? This wasn't realistic at all. The mist in the mountains formed ribbons, winding around the mountains and pervading the forest. It blended with the moonlight, wrapping everything in a silvery white. The two of them conversed seriously, analyzing the powerful opponents. Before the heavenly prince was born, his body was in the immortal egg within the stone, located above the Eye of Fortune. It was enough to make his life force 100 times, 1,000 times more powerful than others. Yifan had entered the Purple Mountain before and observed the terrain there. Even now, he still felt deeply moved when he thought about it. Many generations of Yuan Taoist masters couldn't find an Eye of Fortune. That was an immortal eye that could truly defy heaven and earth. The undying heavenly emperor left behind the best environment, allowing his bloodline power to be unparalleled in the world. He was nurtured step by step, and it was impossible for this heavenly prince to not be powerful even if he didn't want to. He truly didn't know what other heaven-defying methods he had. Their morale isn't that high anymore, right? The sacred prince laughed. At this moment, it was the darkness before dawn, and it wouldn't be long before the stars in the sky would fade away. The night was almost over. They've come with such a large force, and their morale is as high as a rainbow. Let time wear down their high morale, and when the time comes, we'll strike them down. Yifan also smiled. Suddenly, a golden border appeared on this main peak, and a door appeared. It quickly opened, and the large black dog strode out, followed by Longma and Taoist Duanda. When he saw this trio, Yifan felt a little strange. There really wasn't a single good person here, and 3 bad guys were gathered together. Especially when he saw Duanda's vulgar smile, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Behind them, Yitong, Dongfang Yi, and the others also followed out, all of them rubbing their palms together, as if they were extremely excited. Yifan waved his hand, and the heavenly source patterns that filled the sky appeared, transforming into a dense expanse of Tao marks that sealed off this mountain, concealing their aura. This was to prevent people who were several dozen kilometers away from deducing anything. After all, the distance was too close. Look at that sinister smile on your face. You must be up to no good. Yifan stared at the large black dog. F*CK, I'm going to spit on your face. The large black dog cursed. His expression immediately fell, and he looked very displeased. It was my idea. I had a sudden inspiration and wanted to do something big, Duanda said with a smile. His face was ruddy, and his hair was jet black. He wore a purple gold crown on his head, and there was a true dragon wooden hairpin on it. He wore a sun-moon Taoist robe and carried a yin-yang diagram on his back. Every item on his body was a rare treasure. But without these external objects, no matter how one looked at him, he didn't look like a good person, and it made one feel an urge to beat him up. You fraud! What kind of devious idea do you have? Yifan stared at Fatty Duan warily. This guy was not a good person. The Heavenly Prince has come with such a large force, so I think that the North region's nest must be empty. Let's go and destroy his nest, Duanda said with a despicable smile. You're really not a good person. The Sacred Prince laughed loudly. Although he said this, it was obvious that he was very happy and appreciative. This idea is really not bad. I've already expressed my agreement just now. If we're going to do something, let's do it big. Longma shook his head and wagged his tail. He breathed out white gas from his mouth and looked like he was overly excited. The three of you, Yifan rolled his eyes. He knew that nothing good would happen when these three bastards gathered together. This is a rare opportunity. If we miss this opportunity, there won't be another one, the Black Emperor said proudly. He was very displeased with Yifan's attitude. Yifan's expression was solemn, and he said, Let's not talk about whether we can find the Heavenly Prince's nest or not. Even if we do find it, can we really raid it? It's most likely that there's a primordial ancestral king guarding it. I know where the immortal imperial palace is, the Sacred Prince said. At the same time, he said that there was indeed an ancient ancestor king overseeing that area, but those people were quite a distance away from the primordial Taoist rite. As for how far away it is, I came here to ask you. This is the question I am most concerned about. The Black Emperor's copper bell eyes flickered. It was obvious that he was not joking. Other than the Son of God and the servants who serve him, outsiders are not allowed to enter the immortal imperial palace. The few ancient ancestor kings are all in seclusion on the main peak a little further away from that area. The Sacred Prince explained in detail. He even drew some terrain maps on the ground to accurately estimate the distance. No problem. I can set up the number 1 heaven-deceiving secret formation in the world. This was used by the great Emperor Wuxia to deceive the heavens back then. At such a distance, deceiving a few ancestor kings is definitely not a problem. We can do something big. The Black Emperor was full of confidence. Haha, let's raid the Heavenly Prince's lair. Let him jump around in the southern region first. Dongfang Yi, Li Heishui, and the others were all very excited. The Heavenly Prince led the 8 divine generals south, mustering a large force and attracting the attention of the world. He even invited Huang Shudao, Hua Qilin, and Hualin. There was even a half-saint holding the line. If he were to be wiped out at this time, he would definitely vomit blood from anger. In the end, Yifan and the Sacred Prince both nodded in agreement. If the northern region was unstable, the Heavenly Prince would definitely be flustered and exasperated. When they returned to rescue, they could intercept and kill them halfway. At that time, the Ancient Prince's alliance and the 8 divine generals' army will all be in chaos. We can take advantage of the situation to collapse and cut them off, Yifan said. The Sacred Prince narrowed his eyes, and when they opened and closed, divine light shone brightly. He said, We have to put on a good show. Now, we naturally have to restrain them in the southern region. We should also exercise our muscles and accompany them a few times. After that, we will go to the northern region to harvest the spoils of war. I heard that the undying Heavenly Emperor left behind a few shocking immortal treasures. Duanda, Black Emperor, and Dragon Horse, these 3 bastards, took the lead and opened the realm gate, heading straight for the northern region. Yitong, Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, Li Heishui, and the others cried out, their faces filled with excitement as they chased after them. Early in the morning, outside the Blue Cloud City, a group of ancient race members had cold expressions. Every one of them was motionless like an ancient god statue. Their army went south, but in the end, there was no one to fight them. This made them feel powerless and unable to vent their anger. Didn't you want to challenge the heavenly prince? Now that your true body is here, why don't you dare to fight? Useless things, we will kill as many as we come. From now on, wherever the heavenly prince goes, you better tuck your tail between your legs and hide forever. Otherwise, you will die without a burial. Just a bunch of clowns. How dare you compete with the heavenly prince? You are just useless ants. You will never be a match for the divine son. Many of the descendants of the 8 divine generals were shouting. Their voices were so loud that it caused the mountains in the distance to rumble. Who dares to compete with the heavenly prince? From today onwards, all of you can only kneel down. You are not worthy to be the divine son's opponent. Do you dare to come out now? If you do, I will crush you into dust with a single toe. You are nothing. A wisp of morning light shot out from the east. A brand new day had begun. Outside the blue cloud city, smoke curled up and mist pervaded the air. Chi! Suddenly, a blazing immortal light shot out. The sacred prince tore open the void and rushed into the group of people. The rod in his hand swept out, and the bones of those who shouted just now were broken. Their brains burst out and a large number of them died. What? The sacred prince is here. Stop him. Kill him without mercy. However, the monkey left as quickly as he came. His courage was unparalleled under the heavens, and his blood energy overflowed the heavens. With a sweep of the rod in his hand, broken bones and flesh exploded together. He forcibly carved out a path of blood and passed through, leaving behind over 100 corpses as he disappeared into the horizon. Decisive battle outside the ancient forbidden land. These were the words left behind by the sacred prince. It shook many people until their ears were in pain and blood flowed out. The area outside the blue cloud city was in an uproar. Everyone waited for an entire night, and they finally saw the result. Someone took action and decided on the location of the great battle. On top of the ancient war chariot, the heavenly prince's face became gloomy. He couldn't stop them in time. He watched as the monkey killed a group of his subordinates and swaggered off. The heavenly blade in his hand shone with dazzling light as it cut through the sky dome. Damn it! An ancient race expert cursed hatefully. However, before the chaos and howls of grief had even calmed down, another streak of blazing immortal light appeared. A dark golden spear tore apart heaven and earth, as if it had opened up a chaotic passageway. The incomparably sharp spear radiance spat out. It was more than 10 li in length as it swept downwards. The ancient race experts cried out miserably as flesh and blood flew everywhere. Yifan fought with the spear in hand, slaughtering in all directions. Pooh! A streak of bloody light suddenly appeared, and a miserable scream sounded. A great completion king-level expert skull was pierced through, exploding in the void. Where do you think you're going? The heavenly prince was furious and began a massacre in front of him. This was ruthlessly shredding his face. What face did he have left? The undying heaven blade in his hand turned into a dazzling and berserk blazing light. It was as if the 9 heavens Milky Way was falling down. The sky was filled with dazzling blade radiance as it hacked towards Yifan. Dang! Yifan used the dark golden spear like a large rod. He swung it about and directly smashed the sky dome apart. Some of the ancient race experts in the surroundings were all dismembered, and their flesh and blood flew everywhere. The spear shaft flickered with black light as it smashed into the undying heaven blade. A sky-shaking sound rang out between the two, shaking everyone until they cried out miserably and covered their ears. So powerful! Yifan couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This heavenly prince indeed had a peerless bloodline, worthy of being the undying heavenly emperor's son. His divine bravery was unparalleled under the heavens. And at this time, the heavenly prince's expression was cold. The blade he slashed out even shattered the traces of the great Tao. Primal chaos pervaded the air, but it was blocked by the opponent in a single move. Yifan naturally wouldn't continue fighting. This was a powerful opponent who had been fighting against the young, undying heavenly emperor for so many years. His cultivation was unfathomable. The battle outside the ancient, desolate, forbidden land. He left behind these words. Then, he merged with the dark golden spear and turned into a rainbow. He pierced through the body of a great completion king realm expert, shattering him into pieces and disappearing into the sky. At the place where he disappeared, four terrifying Tao marks appeared and destroyed that place. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to hit him. The area outside the Green Cloud City was in an uproar. Everyone was overwhelmed with emotions. The anticipated battle had finally begun. Thousands of miles away, Yi Fan and the Heavenly Prince looked at each other and smiled. They could imagine that, with the Heavenly Prince's temperament, he would definitely try to figure out the situation before going outside the ancient, desolate, forbidden land. This would give them enough time. Let's go and raid his home. The two opened the realm gate and headed towards the northern region. Chapter 1053. Compared to the southern lands where spring was warm and flowers were blooming, the northern region was much more desolate. Not a single blade of grass grew, and the land was scarlet for millions, tens of millions of li. It was difficult to see the end. During the archaic years, this land was the place with the most exuberant life force in the world. The plants were abundant, ancient medicines were everywhere, and the spiritual energy was so dense that it couldn't be dispersed. This is the law that all living things follow. The sacred prince sighed. Yi Fan and him arrived in the northern region and directly rushed towards a forbidden land where creatures could not enter. This was an ancient mountain range that was boundlessly vast. In terms of terrain, this was a land of ascension. One could vaguely see mountain ranges that were like dragons occupying this place. The mountain ridges rose and fell, giving off a strange and majestic aura. They corresponded with the sun, moon, and stars, as if they were breathing. Before the archaic years, this place had many waterfalls that were tens of thousands of zhang tall. They were like heavenly rivers, vast and boundless, like a miracle. But now everything had dried up. There wasn't a single stalk of wild grass, and it was completely bare. The sacred prince and Yi Fan traveled hundreds of thousands of li before arriving at the deepest part of this ancient vein. It had to be said that this Tao mountain was extremely majestic, and few could compare to it. Hua! The deafening sound of water rang out in front of them. There was life force within the ancient forest, and an archaic expert had used a heaven-defying method to forcefully restore everything here. It had only been a few decades, but the plants and ancient medicines seemed to have experienced 10,000 years. They covered the sky and covered the earth. Of course, there were many plants that were forcefully transplanted from other places. There were 9 great waterfalls descending from the sky in front of them. They were a vast expanse of whiteness, and there was water vapor boiling as they hung from the tens of thousands of zhang tall mountains. Yi Fan couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The mountains of this place were magnificent and beautiful. It was difficult to find a place that could compare to it even if one searched the entire world. The tens of thousands of zhang tall waterfalls hung in front of the valley, producing sounds like landslides and tsunamis. It was also like a magnificent army galloping forward with great momentum. On the mountain walls that were tens of thousands of zhang tall, there were stalks of wondrous medicines that were almost extinct. Their roots were thick, and their leaves were green and translucent. This place. Duanda and the others had already arrived a step earlier, and were currently surrounding the gigantic mountain to observe the terrain. The Black Emperor was the busiest, sending out many array flags, wanting to set up the heaven-deceiving array. If we really trap this place, no matter what happens inside, even if tens of thousands of people undergo tribulation together, the outside world won't know. We can then destroy this nest without worry. There were a few special mountain ranges around this place that were rather far from this place. Every single peak had an archaic ancestral king overseeing it. He was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of the current world, and as long as he wasn't a saint, he would be an ant in the eyes of such an expert. They naturally didn't dare to alarm him. Every single one of them had a piece of jade given to them by the Black Emperor. There were all sorts of runes engraved on them that could confuse the secrets of heaven and conceal one's aura. Back then, When Yi Fan was being divined by Divine Diviner's disciple, he had been deceived by this. After Yi Fan arrived, he used his all-seeing Genesis technique to conceal their auras. He also asked each of them to bring a few Genesis stones, which were engraved with the Tao marks that he had comprehended. It had to be said that this mountain range was very wide. They were only at the entrance of the mountain range, and the entire area was filled with lofty and precipitous mountains. I've exhausted half of my old life. You guys have to be careful. You must set up the array flags properly, the Black Emperor warned. On this day, the group of people moved together. Every single one of them was a great expert that could intimidate an entire region, so setting up a formation was naturally not a problem. Among them, Yi Tong was the most excited. He had always been a good child, and now that he was doing the task of raiding the clan, it was a completely new experience. Boundless celestial being. Good indeed. Good indeed. Duanda was all smiles, his face glowing with health. He had his hands behind his back as he gazed into the depths of the mountain range. This time, he was the one who had suggested that they come to raid the clan. An hour later, the large black dog personally went to inspect, fearing that there would be any careless mistakes. After all, this concerned their life and death. If they were trapped inside by the ancestral king, they would have to bear the consequences. Afterwards, Yi Fan also moved out. For the sake of safety, he personally set up a heaven source bewildering formation, just in case, to ensure that nothing would go wrong. Alright, there shouldn't be any problems. Even if we take 10,000 steps back, if we really provoke an ancestral king, we can also immediately jump into the region gate and escape, so there's no need to worry, the Black Emperor said. This time, they had made ample preparations. Each of them had an ancient formation platform, so no matter when or where, they could guarantee that they would immediately escape from this place. It was better to be safe than sorry. Everyone, prepare to enter the mountain. Prepare your saint tools as well. If a big one jumps out, kill them immediately, the Black Emperor reminded everyone. The sacred imperial prince also stood out, telling them to be careful. After all, this was the heavenly imperial prince's old nest, a temporary palace left behind by his father. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a dragon's pool or tiger's den. The mountain range was wide, and there were 9 waterfalls that spanned tens of thousands of meters. After walking in, celestial chi curled up, and celestial cranes danced in the air. All kinds of magnificent sceneries were innumerable. There were green mountains one after another, and 5-colored multicolored mists fluttered about. Palaces and pavilions floated in the air, as if this was a world of legends. Who are you people? There were naturally people guarding the mountain gate. More than 10 ancient race experts immediately rushed over, and each and every one of them had extraordinary cultivation. However, who could stop a group of tigers and wolves like this? Li Tian laughed cruelly. With a bang, the lid of the goddess furnace was opened, and it began to absorb the essence of the sun and moon. Spiritual energy surged over from all directions, and the dozen or so ancient race experts struggled, but they were all sucked in. Why is it so noisy? What happened? In the distance, on top of a 10,000-meter tall mountain peak, a powerful fluctuation transmitted down. Blood energy surged there, and there was a supreme expert in seclusion. He actually severed his Tao. Who would have thought that there would be no lack of experts among those who stayed behind? Let me do it. Yi Fan walked forward, and the joints in his body crackled. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a handsome youth, and he was no different from the heavenly imperial prince. Looking at your face, I really want to give you a beating, Dongfang Yi said. It could be said that they were too similar. From the form to the spirit, they were extremely similar. Yi Fan smiled, and once again used the heaven and earth-changing art, changing everyone's appearance. They all became the descendants of the 8 divine generals, and they were almost the same as the group that appeared in Qingsha City. Even Taihei Go turned into a Qilin beast, and Longma turned into a scarlet flood dragon. One was more ferocious than the other, and their auras were oppressive. Yi Fan's original art had reached the acme of perfection. No matter who he used it on, it would be difficult to find any flaws. Everything was done in an instant. He took the lead and walked forward, landing on that mountain peak. The Tao executioner who was guarding this place immediately came out, and the moment he saw them, he was stunned. God's child. He returned so quickly. This ancient race expert was somewhat at a loss. Clang. The heavenly imperial prince personally activated the goddess furnace, and the leaf flames surged into the sky, sucking him in and refining him into a pile of ashes. There are only a few people left here. It really is empty. Let's clean it out, Longma said with an evil expression. They successfully entered, and there were not many ancient race experts along the way. They directly arrived at the important place, and as expected, it was empty. I finally entered. This is even more of a sense of accomplishment than robbing a saint's tomb. I really hope that I can loot a few celestial treasures. Duanda rubbed his hands, and there was a despicable smile on his face. There were a few main peaks in the center, and every one of them pierced straight into the clouds. It was as if a few celestial swords had been inserted here. There was a celestial palace on each of them, and they were majestic and huge. Streaks of auspicious aura shot out in all directions. This is a treasure land. Let's start from the first one. The large black dog cleared his throat, and then rushed up. There was a formation here, but it was not difficult for the Black Emperor to break it down. He combined the Wuxia killing formation and various Tao patterns to carve out hundreds of jade pieces, using the formation to break the formation. The group successfully passed through and entered the ancient palace. It was richly ornamented, and there were treasures everywhere. Many decorations were carved out of divine source. Split up and search. The group rushed into the depths. Duanda and the Black Emperor were obviously experts, and they rushed in the same direction. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful wave spread over, and a palace hall collapsed. The barbarian had been ambushed, and his entire left arm exploded. Fresh blood dripped out and white bones could be seen. Be careful, there's a Tao slayer here. Yifan rushed over as soon as he heard the news. This was a three-eyed ancient race member. When he saw that Yifan was a celestial prince, he did not give him any face and immediately attacked. Pong! Yifan's palm landed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. He fell to the ground. Who are you people? You actually dare to pretend to be the son of God? His third vertical eye opened angrily. He could not see any flaws, but his intuition told him that these people were not the real ones. Pong! Dongfang Yi used the barbaric ancient mysterious technique to grow a new arm, and he swung his wolf fang club over. This person could not block a saint tool, and with a pu sound, he turned into a bloody mist. This was just an interlude. The others were still going smoothly. Longma charged through the ancient watchtower, trampling on the palace halls, causing rubble to scatter the clouds. The ancient watchtower collapsed, and it tossed and turned. Why can't I even see a saint tool? It spat out white smoke, and its heart was set on finding a saint tool. Suddenly, the sacred prince let out a cry of surprise. He had made a shocking discovery, and the group hurried over. This chessboard is not simple. Duanda immediately made this judgment after arriving. The stone chessboard was very rough, and there was no luster at all. There were dozens of lines on it, and it was rusty. At first glance, it looked simple and crude, and there was nothing special about it. However, upon closer inspection, this chessboard was like an ancient battlefield. It was surging with killing intent, and it contained a shocking murderous aura. It was as if a great ancient battle had reappeared in the world. Strange. Let's capture an ancient race member and ask him. Yenishi took action, and an ancient race servant hiding in the ancient well was pulled over. He searched his sea of consciousness to get to the bottom of this. As expected, it is not ordinary. The celestial prince would occasionally come here to set up the chessboard. Sometimes he would sit here for an entire day and night. So that's how it is. The sacred prince nodded thoughtfully. Legend has it that the undying heavenly emperor was proficient in divination and loved to play chess. This is most likely a stone chessboard he left behind. Everyone was shocked. If this was really the case, then this chessboard was too precious. There might even be some Tao marks inside. Without a doubt, This is a divine treasure. Otherwise, the celestial prince wouldn't come here to set up the chessboard so often, said Duanda. He was extremely eager to chat with the monkey, wanting to exchange for it. The few of them all gave it a try. They placed their divine senses into the rough chessboard, and they immediately felt the boundless killing tribulation. It was as if they were in the archaic era, experiencing great battles one after another. It really is a good treasure. The undying heavenly emperor turned the true archaic killing tribulation into an imprint and carved it into the stone chessboard. It is worth comprehending even for saints. The value of this treasure is too great. We must keep it well and slowly comprehend it when we return. The sacred prince carefully put it away. Soon after, they swept through this enormous palace. There was nothing else special, so they withdrew and headed to the next place. The second main peak was exceptionally tall, and the enormous palace was even more majestic. It was as grand as the archaic ancient heaven's central heavenly palace. The pressure it gave off was intimidating, and standing here gave off the feeling of overlooking the entire world. All types of auspicious signs appeared, and tens of thousands of strands of immortal energy poured down like a waterfall. The Black Emperor broke through the formation, and the few of them smoothly arrived at the main peak. After all, it was used as a residence, so there weren't any overly terrifying giant formations. This place was filled with ancient medicines, and it was clear that they had never dried up since the ancient times. They took root in front of the heavenly palace Tao. Sacred energy was dense, and a fragrance wafted through the air. The medicinal herbs' leaves were a deep green, flickering scarlet, sparkling purple, and others. They were all different. That is, when they entered this heavenly palace, they were all petrified. Rich immortal energy surged over, and all types of great Tao fluctuations undulated like boundless star domains. It was shocking and left everyone stupefied. It was as if they were facing an ancient universe. Even though Yifan, the sacred prince, Duanda, the Black Emperor, and the others had all seen the great world, they were all excited at this moment. Their mouths were dry. Gulp. They could clearly hear quite a few of them swallowing their saliva. They were truly shocked by what they saw in front of their eyes. Motherf ****, only the undying heavenly emperor could do such a thing. He was truly willing to take action. An exceptional immortal object. This is too shocking. Even a group of saints have to bow down and beg for it. I truly didn't expect this legendary item to be left behind in the present world. A world-shocking immortal opportunity. It is still alive in the divine spring. Who would have thought that we would have such a great fortune? If the heavenly prince knew that we were here, he would definitely vomit blood from anger. Even Yifan's eyes were straight. The harvest this time was too great. Just this immortal object alone made this trip worth it. He would laugh even in his dreams. Chapter 1054. At the center of this heavenly palace was a spring with thousands of strands of auspicious energy and 10,000 streaks of multicolored light surging outwards. It was clearly a divine spring, the spiritual essence so rich it couldn't be dispersed. Of course, this wasn't the most eye-catching part. What truly shook one's mind and made them unable to shift their eyes away was the object within. 10,000 great Tao traces interweaved, dazzling and resplendent. This was a precious tree. Immortal energy swirled about it, making it seem dreamlike and illusory. It was as if it took root in the immortal domain, growing into the mortal world and connecting the two realms. It had a few main branches that were old and rough, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that they had already merged with the Tao. Meanwhile, those fine branches were sparkling and translucent, flowing with brilliant colors, mysterious and profound. In its surroundings were strands and strands of great Tao traces that merged with heaven and earth, occasionally releasing resonant sounds. The sonorous sounds of the great Tao rumbled, almost making one comprehend the Tao in that instant. Of course, the most eye-catching part was the leaves on the tender branches. Not a single one was the same, every single one sparkling and flickering as if they were cast from the 9 heavens' divine jade. They flickered with endless multicolored light, all of them great Tao traces. There was a leaf that was shaped like a small cauldron, lacking luster, simple and unadorned. It had 3 legs and 2 ears. One of the cauldron legs was the leaf stalk, connected to the thin branch, the carrier of the great Tao. Meanwhile, there was another leaf that was shaped like an immortal phoenix, its entire body bright red like blood. Scarlet multicolored light flickered about, as if it was born while bathing in divine flames, about to spread its wings and soar into the sky. Only a single phoenix plume was connected to the branch, surging with red multicolored light and auspicious light. Phoenix cries could vaguely be heard. There was even a leaf that was shaped like a small golden bell, completely golden and translucent. When it swayed lightly, it actually released a great bell-ringing sound that made one want to merge with the Tao. The leaves on it were of all shapes and sizes, difficult to find the same one. Vermilion bird, 8 trigrams, divine sword, gourd, precious umbrella. All of them flickered with divine multicolored light, making one feel intoxicated. Every single leaf was a type of great Tao trace, affecting one's mind. How could this type of immortal tree not be shocking? It was unavoidable for them to swallow their saliva. They were naturally extremely moved. This type of treasure was difficult to find in this world. Anyone who came would tremble. Longma was so moved that he almost kicked Taoist Wuliang out. By relying on Duanda's keen eyes and ears, even though he was fat, his body was extremely nimble, avoiding the kick. Treasure! The large black dog swallowed, and was the first to pounce. Longma wasn't willing to fall behind, and it raised its basin-sized hooves and rushed forward, almost stepping on the Black Emperor's tail. Woof! Neigh! Dogs barked and horses neighed. Together with Duanda's infinite celestial being, the place suddenly became lively. There's no need to fight. There are so many immortal leaves here. Yi Fan and the sacred prince quickly separated them, or else they would definitely fight. This was the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree. No one had expected to see it here. Its trunk was rough, and the old tree bark spread out like dragon scales. It contained the energy of the great Tao. As for the tender branches and those sparkling and translucent leaves, there was no need to talk about them. They were all mystical, and any one of them was priceless. These were not the tender shoots that Yi Fan and the others had collected back then. These were flawless leaves formed from interweaving Tao marks. Boom! A leaf that looked like a 33-story pagoda gently trembled, and Xian yellow energy flowed through it. It emitted a rumbling sound that calmed one's heart, and the restlessness immediately disappeared. Clang! A silver-white leaf that looked like a Tao sword shone with dazzling cold light. It flickered with blazing radiance and released a sword cry. It hacked at everyone's minds, severing all of their obsessions. Everyone felt like they were going to experience enlightenment in that instant. It's too mysterious. No wonder the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree is known to be the embodiment of the great Tao, taking root outside of the world's mysterious yellow, not within the 5 elements. Every single type of Tao can be found on its body, and one can use this to deeply comprehend it. The divine pool gurgled. It wasn't that large, but spiritual essence surged, wrapping around every single leaf. Water multicolored light pervaded the air, and thin smoke curled about. Brilliant colors shone in all directions, dazzling and beautiful. Yi Fan, the sacred prince, Duanda, and the others surrounded it, carefully sizing it up. They discovered that the lower parts of the trunk weren't connected, all broken branches without roots. This was cut off by someone from the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree. The cut was smooth, and there was a mysterious liquid seeping out. A fragrance assailed the nostrils, making one feel as if they were going to become an immortal and ascend. As they stood here, all of the cells in their bodies became active, every pore opening and closing, exchanging radiance with the multicolored light here, taking in and sending out essence. Their feet left the ground on their own, as if they were going to ascend to immortality. His methods are truly heaven-defying, entering deep into Undying Mountain and cutting down the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree, producing a few thick branches. It's just like a fantasy story. Li Heishui sighed. Existences that transcend deities live up to their reputation. Yi Fan said softly, the undying heavenly emperor was an initial archaic figure, perhaps even more ancient, born several million years ago. This Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree was cut down precisely during that era. In the past, the undying heavenly emperor carved the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree's trunk into a divine coffin, burying himself within. Many people in later generations, including Yifan, had seen it before. The Central Province Immortal Manor World's 10,000 Zhang Jade platform had previously displayed the scene of several extreme Tao Emperor weapons confronting each other. The undying heavenly emperor's divine will even more so manifested there. Yifan had seized the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree's coffin there, gifting it to a few old friends. Pang Bo had even chewed on the coffin lid because of this, causing a few jokes. The heavenly palace was grand and majestic, richly ornamented and resplendent. The divine pool was located at the center of the hall, gurgling about. The Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree's trunk seemed to still be growing on the main root, possessing exuberant vitality. Auspicious multicolored light shone in tens of thousands of streaks, Tao marks hanging down strand by strand. For them, this was a heaven-defying good fortune that could only be discovered and not sought. Beside the divine pool, there was also a stone table and a few stone stools. On top of it, there was a divine pot with 9 dragons coiling around it, as well as a few jade cups. It was clear that the heavenly prince often drank the Tao Comprehension tea here. People can't be compared to each other. There's Tao Comprehension tea to taste. There's a divine spring to drink. All of this is the extravagance of an ancient great emperor. Let's brew a pot of tea too. Duanda flipped his hand, bringing out a few jade cups, all of them sparkling and translucent, not inferior to the cups on the stone table. He had dug them out from an ancient tomb. Innate Tao flames throbbed. A golden pong spread its wings in the lake, and a black tortoise raised its head, resonating with the great Tao. A rich fragrance pervaded the air, and the entire great hall was covered in clouds and rosy clouds. The tea turned into Tao light as soon as it entered their mouths. Everyone's mind became tranquil, instantly entering a state of Tao comprehension. All of the secret techniques they learned underwent a period of accumulation, improving and sublimating. Too wonderful for words. This was everyone's true feeling. The leaves on the branches weren't that dense, and every single one was different from the others. They didn't look completely bare, and they were all mysterious and unfathomable. It was rumored that the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree only produced 108 leaves every year, no more, no less. Only during the great reincarnation cycle every 10,000 years could it produce 3,000. And now, even though many of them had been used up, there were still several hundred shining, their value immeasurable. This was formed during the 10,000-year reincarnation cycle. We have great luck. They carefully inspected this divine spring, discovering that it didn't lead underground, but was just a pool of water. There were mysterious symbols carved on it, gathering the essence energy of heaven and earth, carrying the divine water and nourishing the Tao Comprehension tea tree. Dig up even the pond. This group of people naturally wouldn't act politely. They came here to exterminate the clan to begin with, so they immediately took action, digging up the entire divine pond, wishing to bring it all away. Where do you think you're going? The sacred prince shouted. There was a Tao-severing expert here who had been hiding for a long time. Right now, he wanted to escape to invite the ancestral king, but the monkey brandished the great metal rod, immediately smashing his bones and tendons, dying a violent death. Don't worry. There's a great formation set up outside. No one can escape. Let's continue searching. No one would have thought that a temporary imperial residence left behind by the undying heavenly emperor, not the main palace above the 9 heavens that could overlook all living things, would actually have this type of world-defying immortal object. Everyone was extremely moved. They completely flipped through the main peaks, their harvest quite abundant. There were ancient medicines, divine materials, spiritual roots, and everything else, every single one of them priceless. Of course, the most precious among them was the Tao Comprehension tree trunk. There were so many leaves, enough for many saints to bow down and beg for them. This was priceless. In the end, not a single blade of grass grew on the main peaks. They dug up all of the medicinal plants and other things, and the palaces almost collapsed. Even the divine source embedded in the pillars and other things were ripped off. Could be said that it was as if locusts had passed through, leaving almost nothing behind. There were quite a few floating palaces in the sky, but they weren't spared either, becoming their spoils of war. They packed them up and stored them into spatial magical artifacts. When they left, the immortal earth that was originally surging with essence energy had turned into a barren mountain range. Not even a single strand of hair remained. However, Duanda was still reluctant to leave, continuously wandering around the various peaks, unknown what he was searching for. "Let's hurry up and leave," Yifan urged. They couldn't stay here for too long, alarming the ancestral kings, and it would be troublesome. This humble Taoist saw that the mountains here aren't bad, surrounded by spiritual water, a wonderful place for burial. "I believe that the ancestors of the heavenly princes were most likely buried here, but the result is truly disappointing." The group of people all rolled their eyes. Nothing was left behind wherever this fatty went. The treasures in the divine watchtower and other things were fine, but even the burial mounds were targeted. It was a bit terrifying. One mustn't be too immoral. Boundless celestial being. The group of people left the mountain gate and pulled out the heaven-deceiving formation and the heaven origin rune channel. According to Longma, they might as well burn this place down. The Black Emperor put on an act and said with a sorrowful expression, "Always leave a way out. Not even a single strand of hair is left. What way is there to leave?" Longma said in disdain, "Leave a way out for now, or else the ancestral kings will jump out immediately." Yifan said. The group returned with great rewards, disappearing into the depths of the mountain range. In the southern region, the heavenly prince stood on the immemorial war chariot. His black hair was thick, his appearance was handsome, and his eyes were like two cold stars. He carried the undying heaven blade on his back, and his aura could swallow mountains and rivers. He led the 8 divine generals to rule the southern region, and no one dared to stop him. Everywhere he passed, everything was silent, and no one dared to speak. The cultivators of the southern region kept quiet out of fear. The sacred prince is nothing, and that mysterious human expert is also an ant. In front of the invincible heavenly prince, he's just a chicken and a stray dog. He can't even withstand a single blow. As soon as these words came out, the entire Eastern Baron was shaken. His words were arrogant and overbearing, and he didn't put the 2 experts who could kill half-saints in his eyes. Everyone knew that the heavenly prince and the sacred prince had shed all pretenses of cordiality, and were about to fight to the death. Otherwise, their troops wouldn't say such things. On that day, the big auction houses of the southern region suddenly announced that there would be world-shocking items being auctioned. Godson, not good. An ancient flew to a mountain peak in the southern region. What are you panicking for? What happened? The heavenly prince asked in a low voice. Someone is auctioning the undying heaven emperor's palace and all kinds of rare treasures. The heavenly prince's eyes straightened, and his expression was cold to the extreme. Off to the side, one of the 8 divine generals berated loudly, "How dare you? You're trying to mislead us with your lies. Who's talking nonsense?" "It's not nonsense. I saw it with my own eyes. Also, the jade cup that the heavenly prince uses to drink the enlightenment tea is also being auctioned." The ancient kneeling on the mountain peak was trembling with fear. What? The heavenly prince's expression finally changed. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were like 2 bolts of lightning. Also, the ancient kneeling on the ground trembled, and he didn't dare to say anything. "What else?" Commander shouted. "Someone is also auctioning the underwear of the god's son." The heavenly prince was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fell to the ground. He knew that the palace had been ransacked, and this was a tit-for-tat humiliation. Chapter 1055. The southern region was in a state of turmoil. All kinds of rumors were spreading. The heavenly prince was about to fight against the human race's experts and even the sacred prince. This was no longer a secret, nor was it the most eye-catching part. Today, an even more explosive piece of news came out, leaving everyone dumbstruck. Many felt that it was inconceivable. Did you guys hear? Someone is auctioning an ancient watchtower in the main city of Cloud Peak. It's said to be one of the undying Heavenly Emperor's temporary imperial residences. I wonder if it's true or not. This is nothing. The biggest auction house of the Qingxia city has accepted a transaction. A mysterious person is selling a green dragon cup. It is an ancient artifact from the immemorial era. It is an artifact used by the deities of all races. What you guys are talking about is outdated. Do you know what someone was auctioning just now? A set of divine armor, and even golden underpants. They all belong to the Heavenly Prince. The person next to him heard this and spat out a mouthful of tea, drenching the neighboring table. He hurriedly apologized to cover up his loss of composure. Hey brother, you can't speak irresponsibly. How could such an unreliable thing happen? I can swear on my grandfather's name that this news is without a doubt true. It has already been verified. Who in Cloud Peak City doesn't know about it? An ancient race member has already used a secret technique to verify it. The entire southern region was in an uproar. Today, all the cultivators were discussing this issue. No one had expected such explosive news to appear before the decisive battle. The group of people was a bit dumbfounded. They felt as if they had been struck by lightning. This was simply unbelievable. What exactly happened? Was the Heavenly Prince's lair destroyed? Golden underpants, worth millions of kilograms of origin source. There are Tao patterns personally carved by the Heavenly Prince within. It's impenetrable and is the ultimate defensive divine artifact. Everyone had the urge to spit out blood. This was just too despicable, purely humiliating the Heavenly Prince, giving him a taste of his own medicine. Not long ago, the descendants of the 8 divine generals had declared that they would kill the Heavenly Prince and the mysterious human expert. But now such a thing had happened. This was truly a resounding slap to the face. You said that Yi Fan and the Sacred Prince are useless. This time I'll sell you your underwear. Who asked you to be so arrogant? In a certain place, a group of heartless people gathered together to drink Tao comprehension tea. They were extremely relaxed, and almost all of them fell into a state of Tao comprehension. Get to the bottom of this. The veins on the Heavenly Prince's forehead were popping out. At this moment he was completely enraged. Ever since he entered the world of cultivation, he had never suffered such humiliation. He was about to grind his teeth to pieces. If anyone dares to auction those things, I'll exterminate their entire family. He was truly angered to the point of vomiting blood. His eyes erupted with radiance, shooting out beams of light that reached several dozen li, piercing through the heavens like 2 heavenly swords. His body was burning with terrifying flames. A huge storm unfolded in the southern region. The Heavenly Prince almost went crazy. He wanted nothing more than to capture the person hiding in the dark. Even pulling out his soul, tearing his bones, and chopping him up wouldn't be enough to dispel the hatred in his heart. What about the prince? One of the ancient race legatus asked with an ugly expression. Without a doubt, the undying Heavenly Emperor's temporary imperial residence had been ransacked. Perhaps not even a blade of grass was left for them. This kind of loss was immeasurable. The stone chessboard and the Tao comprehension tea tree must be recovered. We can't let them fall into their hands. The more the Heavenly Prince thought about it, the more he wanted to vomit blood. He was so angry that his entire body was trembling. That temporary imperial residence was surrounded by a few archaic ancestor kings. It was located at the center of the 8 sky-reaching main peaks. The palace was guarded by the Tao executioners. As long as there was any abnormal movement, they could send out a wave of divine sense to alarm the ancestor kings. The intruder wouldn't be able to escape even if he grew wings. Who in the present world would dare to be so audacious? They would encounter the suppression of the ancestor kings. Even a god wouldn't be able to save them. They would die without a doubt. Unless they have grasped the great emperor's formation patterns and sealed that temporary imperial residence, deceiving the heavens and preventing the ancestor kings from sensing it. The Heavenly Prince clenched his fists tightly. Divine light radiated from his body. Even though this was a small loophole with the archaic ancestor kings watching, even if it was theoretically possible, ordinary people wouldn't risk their lives. This wasn't a piece of radiant news, but it spread especially quickly. It spread through the realm gates to various places. The entire eastern wasteland knew about it, and everyone's eyeballs almost popped out. Heh, have you heard? The ancient race's heavenly prince has lost face in the southern region. Rumor has it that his old nest has been completely destroyed. It really makes one not know whether to laugh or cry. He came south aggressively. He was the only sovereign in the entire universe and ruled over the south. How could something like this happen? He simply fell headfirst into a latrine pit. Many people were sneering. The heavenly prince had been too domineering all these years, and there were many who hated him to the bone. However, no one dared to provoke him. Even many people from the ancient race were sneering. Not all the great races were standing on his side. Many people were watching coldly from the sidelines, quietly watching the development of the situation. Haha, his own temporary imperial residence has been destroyed. Is this the so-called undying heavenly prince's son? He wants to rule over 10,000 races in the future. Dream on. On this day, the entire world was paying attention to the eastern wasteland. This absurd farce caused the heavenly prince to sink into an unprecedented passive state. The damage to his prestige was immeasurable. This matter was too bizarre, and many people couldn't help but laugh. Even the older generation figures were sighing at the instigator for being too lacking in morals. It was just a pair of golden underpants, yet it destroyed the heroic image of a divine child. Ah! The heavenly prince's hair stood up in anger as he roared towards the sky. Large amounts of mountain peaks collapsed and turned into dust amidst the rumbling sounds. It was unknown just how many mountain ranges were destroyed in the southern region's great wastelands. I can't bear it anymore. If I don't kill you all, I'm not human. Even if he had to sweep through the eastern wasteland and overturn the earth, he still had to take revenge. This was an extraordinary shame and humiliation. Even someone as arrogant as him was angered to the point of spitting out blood several times today. His handsome face was slightly sinister, and his divine bearing was saintly. However, at this moment he was almost possessed. A bloody light rushed out from the top of his head, connecting the heavens and earth. In the great wastelands, regardless of whether it was the birds or the beasts, all of them were trembling with fear. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed towards this direction. The heavenly prince stood on the ancient war chariot and descended upon ancient cities one after another. The human cultivators all sensed this, and there wasn't a single one of them who wasn't frightened. They no longer dared to look down on him. The power of the divine child's bloodline was terrifying and world-shattering. It was like a divine sea wreaking havoc in the heavens. What? No auction house dares to accept this business? No problem, we'll go and sell it ourselves. The group of unscrupulous people drank the Enlightenment tea and studied the stone chessboard. They all burst into laughter. All of them were refreshed and calm, not in the slightest bit anxious to engage in a decisive battle. The great auction houses of the southern region were silent, but there were people who walked through the streets and alleys like selling dogskin plaster, selling a pair of golden underpants for 10 copper coins. Not a single person dared to buy it. Not to mention other things. Just the material and the divine patterns contained within were priceless. However, not a single person dared to participate. Of course, this group of unscrupulous people didn't plan to sell it either. They just wanted to create a commotion and slap the heavenly prince's face. They wanted to create a storm and let the entire world know about it. Enter the central region. Within a mountain range in the southern region, the heavenly prince pulled out the undying heaven blade with a clang sound. He immediately slashed through the sky, and a meteor fell onto the ground. The heavenly prince's divine abilities are becoming more and more unfathomable. He can easily summon star fragments, and sooner or later, he will be able to pluck the stars and capture the moon. An ancient race commander said in shock. The great army moved majestically, entering an enormous gate, disappearing into the void, heading north. The central region was no longer peaceful. The heavenly prince's movements were being closely watched by the entire world. Every move he made was related to the Eastern Wastelands situation. During this sensitive period, everyone was extremely nervous. Reporting to the Heavenly Prince, the person selling the golden underpants is in the ancient city of Xian Hill. Someone came to report with a terrified expression. He was afraid that the Heavenly Prince would kill him in anger. Kill! The Heavenly Prince's eyes were cold. He held the undying heaven blade in his hand and pointed forward. Immediately, all the leaves on the mountain withered and fell down. The somber atmosphere was as if late autumn had arrived. However, when they arrived, the person selling the dogskin plaster had already disappeared and was no longer here. Reporting to the Heavenly Prince, that person has appeared in the ancient city of Hidden Moon. Chi! The Heavenly Prince's black hair fluttered in the wind. His gaze was intimidating as he slashed down with his blade. Blood radiance stretched for hundreds of li, completely evaporating a boundless lake in front of him. At the same time, dozens of broken mountains appeared at the end of the great earth. The 8 divine generals rushed towards the 9 great ancient cities in succession, but in the end, they were all in vain. They couldn't catch up to the enemy, so they were filled with endless resentment. This great army stirred up a heaven overflowing killing tribulation, and everywhere they passed, all life would tremble. They were like a group of heavenly soldiers. The winds and clouds were stirring in all directions, and the mountains and valleys were trembling. Birds and wild beasts prostrated themselves. Their imposing aura was incomparable. We have deduced that they will definitely appear in the ancient city of Truxian. We can go and ambush them and kill them all. The ancient races also had people who were proficient in calculations and could divine the future. They could pry into a strand of heaven's mysteries, and when they spent a great deal of effort to calculate, they would be much more accurate. Unless he has an emperor weapon on him, or if his bloodline is blessed by the heavens, becoming more powerful than the children of God, he cannot escape my deductions. Good. The Heavenly Prince nodded. He had a group of people continue the pursuit, and then he secretly brought some people to the ancient city of Truxian to ambush the great enemy. Now, everyone knew that the enemy was doing this on purpose. Peddling the so-called golden underpants was to humiliate him, and it was an alternative response to what he said about them being useless. Truxian City was a city of sages in the central region of the eastern wasteland. During the desolate era, this city produced more than one sage, and that was how it got its name. At this moment, the atmosphere in the city was extremely oppressive, to the point where even a pin drop could be heard. Regardless of whether it was the tea houses or restaurants, no one spoke loudly. The oppressive atmosphere was suffocating. It was because a dog skin plaster was peddling golden underpants, making everyone keep quiet out of fear and take a detour around him. Today, I want to see where you will run to. Suddenly, a berating voice rang out, almost causing the entire city to collapse. A large army appeared, filling up the sky like a black mass. The Heavenly Prince stood on top of the ancient war chariot. His face was so gloomy that water was about to drip out. The demonic blade in his hand pointed downwards, and his powerful aura swayed like ancient stars. Kill! A group of ancient race experts rushed towards the figure in the city. Killing intent pervaded the air. They wanted to use the cruelest methods to capture this person alive and leave him for the children of God to deal with. Suddenly, a multicolored light blossomed above the ancient war chariot. It was like a flying immortal from beyond the heavens, shattering the 9 heavens and piercing through the dark clouds. It turned into an immortal rainbow as it arrived. Yifan held a divine spear in his hand. His body soared through the sky and struck towards the Heavenly Prince's skull. This stunning spear illuminated the past, present, and future as it pierced through the heavens. Immortal light shone brilliantly, and auspicious multicolored light gushed out. The past, present, and future seemed to have been pierced through by this spear. Primal chaos shot out in all directions, and a mighty force capable of opening a world surged out. Pooh! In the heavens, the crown of the heroic body that held the demonic blade exploded. Blood surged several meters into the air, and his corpse fell onto the war chariot. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I knew you would be like this. Suddenly, A cold voice sounded from another direction. A person held a blazing heavenly blade and hacked over. Another heavenly prince appeared. What happened just now wasn't real. At the same time, phoenix cries shook the heavens. An immortal phoenix danced about, spreading its wings and taking to the 9 heavens. Roar! A Chilean roar shattered mountains and rivers. Another heroic male's blood flowed like thunder, filled with explosive power. He brandished his fist forward. Meanwhile, there was a blue-haired woman at his side. She was beautiful and moving, but the energy she released was like that of a deity descending into this world. When her step descended, heaven and earth split apart. The 4 great ancient princes took action at the same time, locking down this place. They didn't give the assassin a chance to live, wishing to trap him. However, the one trapped within immediately turned into a streak of clear energy, scattering into heaven and earth. It was useless no matter how they sealed him up. At the limits of the horizon, Yifan's true body opened his eyes. 2 torch-like beams of light shot out, and he soared to his feet. The heavenly prince held the black dark gold rod in his hands. I have already locked onto the heavenly prince. I will definitely kill him in the central region. Chapter 1056. Kneel here. If you don't appear, I will slaughter the entire True Xian city. The heavenly prince was extraordinarily handsome, but at this moment, his expression was terrifying. The demonic blade in his hand was about to hack apart the city below. Hua! The True Xian city seemed to have exploded. The cultivators fled in all directions like disorderly birds. They died in vain here, and the mortals were even more terrified. They cried and shouted as they rushed towards the city gates. A cornered dog will jump over a wall. He has completely shed all pretense of cordiality to force us out. Perhaps he thinks that you are a human and can't let go of everything. The sacred prince said to Yifan, "You dare!" Suddenly, a heaven-overflowing aura rushed out from the True Xian city. A powerful demonic saint aura pervaded the air, causing all directions to tremble. It was as if a star domain had descended. What? A saint's aura? A demonic saint is hiding here to cultivate? Everyone was shocked. It's the Black Turtle Saint. Dongfang Ye's hair was disheveled. He laughed like a savage, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. The reason why they chose this city was because they heard that the Southern Mountains barbarian race's divine protector, the Black Turtle, had come here to reminisce. As such, they chose this place as their last stop. A trifling Dao executioner like you dares to boast shamelessly. You want to destroy a human city? If you dare move, I will skin you alive. A cold voice transmitted from the True Xian city. No one expected that there was a demonic saint overseeing the True Xian city. The fleeing people all calmed down and were no longer afraid. No matter how powerful the heavenly prince was, he still didn't dare to provoke the demonic saint's might. Otherwise, a single finger would be enough to crush him to death. Saints transcended the scope of humans, and this type of heavenly moat was insurmountable. Even though it was said that saints couldn't take action, there were restrictions. The premise was that you didn't provoke them. If you dared to slaughter a demonic saint's city, then even if you were killed 10 times over, no one would dare to say anything. Chi! The heavenly prince clenched his teeth. His expression was incomparably gloomy. He slashed open the blue dome of heaven, carving out 100-li-long abyss that turned into a black hole that devoured all things. There was a ball of anger in his heart, but he didn't dare to truly destroy this city. Otherwise, not even the archaic ancestor would be able to save him and would be killed on the spot. Go! The heavenly prince's thick hair fluttered in the wind as he carried the heaven saber and left. The ancient chariot streaked across the sky, rumbling as the 8 divine generals followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Huang Shudao, Huiqilan, and Hualin are all disappeared from the sky dome. Their cultivation was heaven-defying, no one able to stop them. They came and went as they pleased, no one knowing where they were hiding. This city cannot be slaughtered. I will go and wipe out the other 10 cities. I will make the earth flow with rivers of blood and bones. Let's see if you will come out or not. Cold words resounded through the sky. Everyone had expected that the son of the Heaven Emperor would bring such a large force to the south. There would definitely be rivers of blood and tens of thousands of corpses. Who would have thought that it would be even more vicious than they had expected? The ancient war chariot rumbled. The heavenly prince stood on it with a heavenly blade on his back. His eyes were as sharp as lightning, and his black hair covered half of his face. His killing intent shook the 9 heavens. Strange beasts galloped, and the 8 divine generals turned into a torrent of steel, crushing through the sky. The sound of their hooves rumbled, and even the void trembled under their stomps. Banners fluttered in the wind. This army was filled with killing intent, and cold light shone from their iron clothes. They were full of killing intent. They wanted to flatten dozens of cities in one fell swoop. They had endured enough. They're here. This emperor has already prepared a large bag outside Truxian City. Let's see where you can run to this time. The Black Emperor sneered. In the distance, the heavenly prince said with a cold expression, "Apart from saints, the only one who can enter my undying palace without making a sound is that dog. This old servant is ashamed. It is difficult for me to deduce that dog's movements." An ancient race elder beside him bowed. He knew divination techniques and could deduce the mysteries of heaven. During these years, others might not dare to challenge the heavenly prince, but this dog was not one of them. He had laid down a great formation to obstruct the Son of God. Even though it ended in failure, it had still shaken the world. I hope it doesn't appear. Otherwise, I will make it suffer the consequences. The heavenly prince's eyes were cold as he gazed into the distance. Far away from Truxian City, the 8 divisions' divine generals had just entered the skies above a mountain range when a world-shocking killing intent suddenly appeared. Streaks of heaven-reaching sword energy cut through the heavens from the tens to over 100 mountain peaks below. What? Someone dares to obstruct the heavenly prince. Several hundred mountain peaks revived and turned into great Tao traces. They intersected and formed a sea of stars. One could clearly see ancient stars appearing one after another, revolving there. This place seemed to have become a star domain. Ah! The ancient race cried out loudly. A large group of people collapsed on the spot, turning into a bloody mist. Their snow-white bones were almost dyed in blood as they flew in all directions. No one expected the killing situation to suddenly unfold. Not good, Heavenly Prince, we've fallen into a trap. This is a boundless great formation, and it was clearly prepared a long time ago. The 8 divisions' divine generals were greatly alarmed. The ancient beasts all cried out. This place was in great chaos. There was an expanse of ancient stars revolving within the sea of stars, and each time they moved, there would be a world-destroying force sweeping outwards. Pooh! In the blink of an eye, more than 10 powerful ancient race experts turned into bloody light. It was as if they had been crushed by a large millstone, turning into blood and shattered bones. It was difficult for them to resist. There's no need to panic. I knew it would jump out. Arrange the formation flags for me and counterattack. The Heavenly Prince shook his hand, and a total of 108 great flags flew out. Every single one of them had complicated and profound patterns on them. Archaic formation flags. In the distance, the Black Emperor's heart jumped. These formation patterns were extremely powerful, and they were actually going to shatter the ancient stars. Hong! The 108 great flags shook, and this sea of stars collapsed. Many ancient stars exploded, as if a part of the universe had been destroyed. It became a terrifying black hole and nothingness. Rise! The Black Emperor shouted loudly. 49 formation platforms flew out, and every single one of them had a gentle luster. They revolved around the trajectory of the Tao, suppressing the killing situation here. Insignificant tricks. I've been waiting for this day to kill all of you together. The Heavenly Prince said sinisterly. He opened his mouth and spat out. 3 special ancient flags of heaven, earth, and human flew out, suppressing this place. Not good. Several years ago, I ambushed him and almost killed him. These are formation flags that were specially set up to deal with me, the Black Emperor said in a low voice. It can't be that we've been countered by him instead, right? Li Tian asked. These were refined by the archaic ancestor kings. Fortunately, I've made many preparations. Hurry to the other 3 directions of the city of true virtue and move the other formation platforms here. We'll attack together. They had set up a trap for the heavenly prince to come to the southern region and lure him into the city of true virtue. There were killing situations everywhere, and now they had only activated one of the great formations. I'll go move the formation platforms. Yao Yuekong, Yan Yishi, and the others went together. They already knew how to arrange the great formations, so they could do it. Not long after, the great formations overlapped, and the 4 formation platforms operated at the same time. The collapsed sea of stars appeared again, and the world-destroying aura was obvious. This time, the Black Emperor had put in a lot of effort. He used all the power he had accumulated over many years. He wanted to kill the Heavenly Prince and the 8 divine generals under him. Hong! However, there was a deafening explosion. All of the great flags that the Heavenly Prince had set up were shattered and set ablaze. A path was torn open, and the divine generals charged out. The 8 divine generals followed behind. Their banners fluttered, and an army of thousands pressed down on the border. They broke through and charged out, their armored horses trampling through the heavens. How detestable! The archaic ancestor kings used the formation left behind by the undying heavenly emperor as reference, and they set up a targeted formation. Even I can't do anything about it, the large black dog said with a sigh. The heavenly prince's formation flags had all been destroyed, but the Black Emperor's formation platforms had also been reduced to dust. The army charged out unscathed, and the main force was not affected. Let's go, charge into the southern region, and wipe out everything related to Yi Fan. The heavenly prince issued a killing order. He couldn't find the Black Emperor and the others even when he opened his heaven's eye. He was incredibly cruel, and he wanted to wipe out the place where Yi Fan had made his debut. Because it originated from the southern region, he wanted to wipe out all traces of it. Although he has come for me, it seems like he suspects that you have returned? The large black dog said to Yi Fan. It's hard to say, because the Black Emperor has a close relationship with Yi Fan. He is driven to desperation, and wants to eliminate us at all costs. That is why he has gone crazy, Li Tian said. This is troublesome. Although he has set up a killing trap, he actually has a great flag to destroy the formation, the Black Emperor said. Then let's fight, the Sacred Prince said in a deep voice. He had him open the region gate and head to the southern region. Let's go. Yi Fan also nodded. The southern region was in an uproar again. The Heavenly Prince had returned. Now he had completely thrown caution to the wind. In any case, he had been utterly humiliated, and even his golden underwear had been auctioned off. This time, he didn't hesitate to vent his anger on many innocent people. I once heard that Yi Fan had once cultivated in a small sex spirit ruin paradise in the forbidden area of the ancient desolate era. In that case, let's turn it into ashes today, and don't leave anyone behind. The Heavenly Prince's expression was cold and emotionless. His eyes were like ice, and they were cold and eerie. In the past, these ants were nothing in my eyes, but today, I am angry. I will make all the humans in that place die without a place to bury their bodies. That region was called Yen Country, and it was a small country. The forbidden area of the ancient desolate era was located in the center, and the spirit ruin paradise and 6 other small sects surrounded the mountain range. Boom! The southern region was in chaos. The Heavenly Prince led the armored cavalry south, and they were completely unrestrained. They trampled a few human sects to the ground, and blood flowed freely. Severed limbs flew everywhere, and the Dao Mountain was razed to the ground. They charged into the center of the southern region, unafraid of incurring the wrath of the humans. They began a massacre, and continuously destroyed over a dozen sects in an iron-blooded expedition. All of this was because these sects blocked their path. Every time this happened, the Heavenly Prince and the 8 divine generals would directly swing their sabers and hack at the giant mountains in front of them. Blood flowed endlessly. It was a pity that these sects were massacred just because they appeared in the direction of the armored cavalry. Large amounts of cultivators were slaughtered, and corpses and blood covered the ground. The southern region's resentment soared into the heavens, but many people didn't dare to speak out. This army was too powerful. Even though more than 10 sects were destroyed, not a single person dared to stand out. "Ah, master!" wails sounded. On the path of the armored cavalry south, a medium-sized sect was destroyed. A young man roared in grief. His entire body was covered in blood as he stood on a broken mountain. He angrily brandished his halberd and faced the 8 divine generals. Pooh! However, the 8 divine generals whistled past. One of them easily pierced through him with a spear. Blood dripped out as he was stabbed into the spearhead, and he was carried several dozen li away. No matter how he struggled, it was all useless. Blood flowed from his chest, and in the end, he died with everlasting regret. Bastard! In the rear mountains, an elder came out from isolation. He faced the sky, but he was slapped down by an ancient race expert on a strange beast. His sternum caved in, and he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His head of snow-white hair was dyed red, and his turbid eyes gradually dimmed. "Grandpa!" A white-clothed girl cried out in despair. She staggered over and hugged the old man's corpse, weeping bitterly. "You are demons. The heavens will not let you go." Tears rolled down the girl's face as she hugged the old man's corpse and wept helplessly. A cold laugh rang out, and a rider rushed over. The ancient race expert slashed down with his saber, and with a flash of snow-white light, the white-clothed girl was powerless to resist. Her head, which was still young and tender, flew out with a large amount of blood. The headless corpse fell to the side of the old man's body. "Today, no matter who it is, anyone who stands in our way must die." The heavenly prince stood on the ancient war chariot and coldly said as he watched everything unfold. The 8 divine generals became even more unbridled as they charged straight for the southern region. They wanted to avenge the heavenly prince and destroy the spirit-ruined grotto heaven. What they did on the way was just a matter of convenience. That place was their ultimate target. The southern region was overflowing with resentment. More than 10 sects were destroyed, and many human cultivators were slaughtered. Blood flowed like rivers, and corpses piled up into small mountains. The entire eastern wasteland was shaken. Finally, the Yen land was close. The heavenly prince glanced ahead and suddenly personally took action. A resplendent divine spear appeared in his palm and he tossed it out. Boom! No one expected the heavenly prince to be so cold-blooded. One spear pierced through a city inhabited by mortals, and the Yen country's capital city collapsed in an instant. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Countless terrified humans' bodies split open, and blood splattered everywhere. The entire city was turned into corpses, and the entire ancient city was smashed into ruins mixed with bloodstains. My goal is the spirit ruins paradise, but anyone who stands in my way will be flattened. The heavenly prince coldly said, "Cleanse them all with blood." The 8 divine generals were shouting and their horses neighing. Every one of them was stained with the blood of humans, which was spilled by the sects they destroyed on their way to the south. Bastards! Yi Fan and the others chased after them. The Black Emperor's great formation was ineffective, and they couldn't eliminate the heavenly prince and the 8 divine generals. Instead, they were able to break out of the encirclement. They followed them and saw too much blood along the way. Yi Fan was the first to attack. The dark golden spear in his hand swept through the army, and its sharp point was like a blade. It cut through a group of ancient soldiers, and blood splattered for 3,000 feet. Wang! The heavenly prince attacked. He swung his jet-black iron rod and smashed it towards the heavenly prince's skull. His bravery was unrivaled, and the black rod caused the sky dome to crack. The heavenly prince met him head-on. The undying heaven blade in his hand emitted a blinding light that swept up tens of thousands of blade lights. Even the great Tao was suppressed under it, and its offensive power was unparalleled. Dang! The blade and rod clashed, and the sound was deafening. It was like 2 stars colliding, and the mountains in all directions collapsed. The earth sank hundreds of feet deep. The killing power was incomparable. The cry of a phoenix shook the 9 heavens. On the other side, an imposing man appeared like an immortal phoenix descending from the 9 heavens. He took a step forward, and the phoenix void Tao appeared. His entire body was curled up by Tao marks, and he looked very blurry and unreal. Hong! Yi Fan faced him head-on, and a fist smashed out, blocking his path. However, on the other side, Huolin and Huiqizi also appeared. They rushed straight for the heavenly prince, and they were about to take action. These two were terrifying. Their blue hair danced about, and their bodies were like divine bodies. A single drop of blood could penetrate this world, and the supreme blood force of ancient emperors was displayed. You guys should come over as well. A clear aura appeared above Yi Fan's head, and it turned into another him. He cut off the path ahead and stopped the two. Chapter 1057. Yi Fan blocked Huang Shudao, Huiqilin's, and Huolin Er's paths. A dark golden spear swept through the sky, wanting to fight the 3 ancient princes alone. On the other side, the sacred prince held his dark golden rod and confronted the heavenly prince. The great Tao between them resonated and rumbled, emitting a sound like that of a landslide or a tsunami. The land below was a scene of desolation. The Yen capital had been reduced to ruins, and there were bloodstains everywhere. Broken limbs were scattered in every corner, hidden in the rubble. Not a single person in the city survived. They were all killed by the divine spear thrown by the heavenly prince. Not even a single cultivator could escape. Blood was everywhere, and the scene was too horrible to look at. You guys finally showed yourselves. None of you should think about leaving alive today. The heavenly prince roared. His incomparably handsome appearance didn't suit him at all. Heavenly prince, you even attacked mortals. Do you have any humanity left? The sacred prince shouted. Humanity? You guys ransacked my palace, stole my Tao treasure, and humiliated my character. Isn't that the same? The heavenly prince retorted. He didn't care about the deaths of the people in the city at all. The sacred prince scolded. How can this be compared? You led your troops to encircle me, so naturally, we are mortal enemies. We won't rest until one of us is dead. Whether it is destroying your palace or killing your troops, it is all normal. Yet, you killed the innocent and dragged these mortals into this? They have nothing to do with you or me, yet they died for no reason. Just a group of ants. I can destroy them with a wave of my hand. Their deaths are not to be regretted. Since they blocked my path, I'll kill them all. That's nice, the heavenly prince said. His eyes became colder and colder. Just because of what you said, I will definitely kill you today. Yi Fan spoke. The dark golden spear emitted a shocking divine radiance. Humans are truly useless. They are purely emotional creatures. I only massacred a city of people, yet you already came out. The heavenly prince said slowly and coldly. Not only the human race, I think all the other races are the same. Perhaps only a cold-blooded person like you doesn't care about human lives, Yi Fan said in a low voice. If you had jumped out earlier, there wouldn't have been a need to do this. You only came out now because you were scared of me. Now no one can save you all. Today, I will wipe you all out. The imperial prince said coldly. Who do you think you are to say such words? Is it me or the sacred prince who is afraid of you? You're truly awe-inspiring. You've invited 3 ancient princes, 8 divine generals, and several half-saints to assist you. It's obvious who's afraid. Yi Fan coldly said, If you have the courage, come and fight me. If you are afraid, I will fight you with one hand, and that is enough to suppress you. Yi Fan's words were crisp and clear. He challenged the heavenly prince in front of everyone, saying that he wanted to fight him single-handedly. He had the other ancient princes and half-saints back off, directly asking him if he dared to fight. Who do you think you are? You're not worthy to fight with me. Today, I'll kill this monkey first before I deal with you. The heavenly prince said coldly. You finally dare to fight me one-on-one? The sacred prince's eyes were fiery. The golden fur on his body flickered with sparkling luster, full of fighting spirit and battle intent. He was so excited that he was trembling. It wasn't hard to see the temperament of the battle-sacred ape race. They were born for battle, crazy for battle. The more powerful the opponent, the more excited they would be. Right now, he really wanted to roar towards the sky. There's no sense of accomplishment in killing a monkey like you. It's too much of a waste of time. Dao brother Fire Qilin, come over and kill him with me. The heavenly prince said. The Fire Qilin's body was tall and sturdy. A head of thick blue hair draped over his shoulders. When his eyes opened and closed, radiance shot out like two divine lamps. His horns were extraordinary, and he had the bearing of an emperor. He was like an archaic deity. Within his body, the sound of blood rushing through the blood vessels was like a landslide or tsunami. It was deafening, making many people's faces turn pale. It was as if a great emperor was hibernating within his body, ready to revive at any time. When he took a step out, all of the clouds in the distant sky scattered. It was as if he could easily split apart the entire world with a raise of his hand. The power of his bloodline was incomparably powerful. Boom! Yi Fan blocked with his fist, blocking his path. The short contact between the two caused the heaven and earth to tremble. Thousands of cracks extended out in the void, and the distant mountains collapsed. Swoosh! Their figures staggered as they each stood in the sky, facing each other from afar, emitting a terrifying aura. You coward! You will never reach your father's height. The sacred prince's lips curled into a cold smile as he stared at the heavenly prince. The heavenly prince was surprised. He didn't expect the mysterious human expert with the dark golden spear to be able to confront the Fire Qilin and not be at a disadvantage. He coldly said, "How laughable! What meaning is there in doing this? I dare say that even if you stop us, there will be many humans who won't appreciate it. They might even blame you for bringing disaster upon themselves." Yi Fan was silent. What the other party said was true. The human heart made one feel helpless. Sometimes one could only sigh. The heavenly prince had always been a radical and advocated for the extermination of the human race. First, he lobbied the Valley of Gods to exterminate the Southern Mountains barbarian race. Then, during the Jade Lake Assembly of Myriad Races, he did his best to encourage the archaic ancestral monarchs to attack the human race. If this person became a saint, he would have no scruples and would flatten many great sects of the human race. This would definitely be a great disaster. Yi Fan took action to deal with him, wanting to eliminate all future troubles in one battle. However, even if the heavenly prince had always wanted to exterminate the human orthodoxy and even killed the innocent this time, there would still be human guardians who would jump out and blame it on Yi Fan. He shouldn't have provoked the heavenly prince. All of this was predictable. Stop wasting time. This is a battle of life and death. Today, I will take your life. The sacred prince took action. He didn't want to waste time. It was rare to have a one-on-one battle with the heavenly prince, so he wanted to use this chance to kill him. Wang! The iron cudgel swept across the sky, crushing everything. The great wastelands collapsed, and even the Tao of heaven and earth trembled. The sacred battle apes were natural warriors with unparalleled offensive power. Dang! The heavenly prince's hair was disheveled. He held the undying heavenly blade in his hand. The snow-white blade radiance hacked through the heavens and collided with the dark golden cudgel. Immortal light shone brilliantly, scattering down millions and millions of strands. Every strand crushed a mountain ridge. The great wastelands in the distance collapsed, turning into an expanse of dust. The lush and flourishing mountain range was immediately left bare. Not a single blade of grass grew, flattened into flat land. The sacred prince fought against the heavenly prince. This was a battle that hadn't happened in more than 10 years. This was a great battle between ancient princes. It was enough to shake the world and make the entire eastern wasteland tremble. It has begun. The heavenly prince is fighting against the sacred prince. This is a continuation of the archaic emperor's unfinished battle. It has finally appeared again. Forget about the human race, even the ancient race's experts were dazzled. This was a tremendous battle, and the significance it represented was extraordinary. The undying heavenly emperor was high up above, respected by all races. He surpassed deities, and every ancient race expert worshipped him. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Fighting was the last emperor of the archaic era. His fighting prowess shocked the ancients and dazzled contemporaries. He was unmatched throughout the archaic era and similarly made others revere him. And now, the battle between their sons created an unprecedented atmosphere. This was an indirect battle between the ancient heavenly emperor and the sacred emperor. Who was weaker and who was stronger? Dong! Yifan and Huang Shudao made their move. A fist smashed out, pressing forward courageously. Stars shone brilliantly in front of the fist, and the splendor tore through the vast sky. Their divine bravery was unmatched. After the two collided intensely, they both flew backwards. Huang Shudao's entire body was extremely indistinct. He was covered by the great Tao's traces, and no one could see his true appearance. However, there was no need to doubt his strength. He only lived for the Tao in his life. Hong, the fire Qilin, was about to take action to kill the sacred prince. He was like a blue barbaric dragon that tore through the sky. His body shattered the void, and everything in all directions collapsed. The powerful aura made all life tremble, and all of the birds and beasts in the great wastelands fell to the ground. At the same time, Hualin also moved. Her blue hair flickered, and she was like a goddess that descended into the world. Her eyes were resplendent, and she was no longer as gentle and beautiful as before. Hong! Her jade-like hand brushed down, and heaven and earth collapsed. Nothing could stop her. Yifan's true body faced off against the fire Qilin, and his Tao body faced off against Hualin. They blocked their path. An intense collision unfolded, and the entire sky was trembling. What? He wants to fight 3 ancient princes alone? In the distance, even the 8 divine generals were shaken. They didn't dare to believe what they were seeing. What kind of boldness was this? He dared to do this alone. Arrogant. Does he really think he's the reincarnation of a great human emperor? He dares to fight 3 alone like this. Hong! An intense battle erupted. Yifan single-handedly stalled the 3 ancient princes. His speed reached its peak, and it was so fast that it made people tremble. His 2 bodies attacked the 3 of them. Kill! The 8 divine generals also took action. There were a few half-saints hidden among them. Not a single one of them rushed towards Yifan, because they felt that the 3 ancient princes were enough to kill him. All of the experts rushed towards the monkey, wanting to help the heavenly prince kill him. Kill! Shouts of war shook the heavens. Clanging sounds of swords rang through the air. The Black Emperor and the others attacked, pushing a great formation forward. They stopped the 8 divine generals there, preventing them from providing assistance. A chaotic battle erupted. As time went on, many human cultivators arrived. It was unknown just how many great powers from all over the eastern wastelands arrived. They hurried over to witness this world-shocking battle. Yifan stopped the 3 ancient princes. At first, he didn't carry out a life-and-death battle and only bought time for the heavenly prince. Despite this being the case, they still fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Everyone was shaken to the point of being speechless. What kind of deity was this exactly? He was fighting against 3 ancient emperor bloodlines alone. He is using tricks to break all methods. With the help of the Tao body, it is normal for him to temporarily stop the 3 ancient princes. When the time is up, he will definitely fall. A few ancient race experts also arrived and watched the battle from the distance. Even though it is said like this is still shocking enough. He is at least at the ancient prince level, but he is only a human. Could it be that he is the son of an ancient emperor? Yifan's battle against the 3 ancient princes shocked the entire world. There wasn't a single person who wasn't stupefied. They were all tongue-tied. Get lost! The fire Qilin shouted angrily. He finally used an unimaginable power. Blue light surged like an ocean. The immortal phoenix spread its wings and shook the 9 heavens. Huang Shudao's figure became even more indistinct, but his attacks became several times more ferocious as he attacked Yifan. Yifan's eyes were blazing. His true body and Tao body moved at the same time. Large amounts of starlight appeared, enveloping Huang Shudao, the fire Qilin, and Hualin within. Hong. Hacking apart the 9 heavens and earth, Yi Fan seemed to have split apart the 9 heavens and 10 earths, establishing a world of his own. Primal chaos pervaded the air, and ancient stars appeared one after another. They slowly rotated and released matchless and unmatched might. He moved great stars one after another, as if an immortal king had descended into the mortal world. He released world-shattering power. His true body and Tao body blocked the 3 in the sea of stars. This is. More and more people hurried over. Regardless of whether it was the ancient race or human experts, they were all incredibly shocked. He really is fighting 3 great ancient princes alone. Yi Fan took action. His aura was majestic. Ancient stars with life rotated one after another, releasing incomparable fluctuations of power. Every single ancient star could turn into a Tao sword, a cauldron, or a great bell. It was incomparably powerful. Chong. An ancient star turned into a Tao sword and hacked downwards. Dang. Another ancient star released the sound of a great bell. Long and drawn-out divine waves shattered the sky dome as they swept towards the 3 ancient princes. This was a great battle that left everyone dazzled. They were all excited to the point of trembling. Sacred Prince and Heavenly Prince were fighting to the death. The battle had reached its climax. Meanwhile, Yi Fan temporarily stopped the 3 ancient princes alone. This made everyone feel as if they were dreaming. Chapter 1058. In the vast starry sea, ancient stars rotated one after another. They were filled with the imprints of life, and every single one of them was majestic. When they came together, it was as if a star domain was falling. A drawn-out bell sound resounded through the world. In this star domain, the great star that had turned into a sacred bell emitted Tao sounds that swept through all directions. Clear ripples spread out. Wherever they passed, the star domain would wither, mountains would collapse, seas would boil, and all things would be destroyed. However, Huang Shudao, Fire Qilin, and the others weren't ordinary either. Every single one of them had profound cultivation and magical force that swept through the heavens. Every single one of them was a peerless genius. They were all the number 1 of their respective great worlds back then. It was only because the path to immortality was sealed until now. They appeared in the same world, or else how could they have met? If even one of these characters appeared, it would already be heaven-defying. Even though Huang Shudao's body was blurry, he still stood within the great Tao traces. However, he was so powerful that it made one's heart palpitate. His aura could devour mountains and rivers. With a punch, the great bell formed from ancient stars immediately stopped rippling, and all the ripples were stopped. A phoenix cry tore through the starry sea. It was even vaster than the sound of the ancient bell. Huang Shudao struck out with his arm, and it was as if a heavenly hurricane swept through the sea of stars. The sacred bell cracked, releasing an ear-piercing shattering sound as it exploded in the void. At the same time, the phoenix cry rang out incessantly, rushing through the sea of stars. Ancient stars exploded one after another, and a large portion of the star domain Yi Fan displayed instantly dimmed. Dong! Yi Fan and Huang Shudao clashed head-on. It was a true confrontation. Both of their bodies shook violently, and then they both flew backwards. The starlight dimmed quite a bit once again. Ah! Fire Qilin let out a long roar. His blue hair scattered behind him. Even though his figure was tall and slender, he was like an ancient barbaric dragon. His blood energy covered the 9 heavens and 10 earths as he used the great Tao to suppress down. The eyes of Yi Fan's other Tao body were like 2 sharp blades. He also rushed forward courageously to meet the attack head-on. His fists and fingers contained the true meaning of the 6 Tao. Pooh! The 2 of them fought. Their physical bodies clashed, and the great Tao confronted each other. Innately, they competed against each other, and it was incomparably intense. They turned into 2 spheres of light that intertwined with the Tao marks. Whoosh! The 2 figures separated. Many ancient stars split apart, the star domains growing dim. The real land was even more ruined. The battlefield had pushed 800 miles into the great wasteland. The mountain ridges were broken, and the main peaks were razed to the ground. Nothing was left. Boom! The sacred prince fought against the heavenly prince. Both sides were truly enraged. The black iron cudgel swept out in all directions, shattering all things. The undying heaven blade even more so hacked apart the 9 heavens, releasing endless strands of Tao light as they continuously fought back. Pooh! The sacred prince coughed out blood. The golden fur on his body stood on end, making him look like a resplendent golden war god. His battle intent surged. His entire body was covered in holy light, and his bravery was unrivaled under the heavens. However, he was still injured in this battle. The heavenly imperial prince was not much better off. His handsome face was flushed red, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The monkey's rod was as heavy as 1,000,000 kilograms, making him feel extremely strained. Both of their fathers were exceptional legends, one revered by all races, starting from the beginning of the Archaic Era, the other ruling the Archaic Era, passing away in meditation during the final years of the Archaic Era, facing each other from far away. The battle between the Sacred Prince and the Heavenly Imperial Prince drew many people's attention. The Sacred Prince is fighting against the Heavenly Imperial Prince. This is a different continuation of the battle between the Emperor of Fighting and the ancient Heavenly Emperor. How exciting! The emotions of many people from the ancient races were fluctuating. Quite a few people were so excited that they were trembling. They all clenched their fists tightly as they watched nervously. That human cultivator is too powerful, right? He actually temporarily stopped 3 ancient princes by himself? Even though it is said that after a long time he will inevitably die, this still feels too unreal. Absolutely brilliant! Even the big names of the ancient races were moved. In all directions, on every mountain peak, cultivators were boundless. They were all watching from the distance, and there were naturally a few famous human sects among them. When there were so many people, there were naturally all kinds of opinions. It was because everyone's point of view was different. This is a tragedy. Just what kind of people are they? Why did they provoke the Heavenly Imperial Prince, causing so many sects to be destroyed and the innocent mortals of Yendu to die miserably? They are truly sinners. I say, Taoistly, aren't you being too compassionate? After so many years, the Heavenly Imperial Prince has ruled over the Eastern Wasteland. Haven't he killed enough humans? Haven't he destroyed enough Tao inheritances? Everyone is in danger and doesn't dare to resist. Who doesn't know about his wolfish ambitions? Now, someone finally appeared who dares to resist, but he has become a sinner instead? Someone sneered. Even so, he shouldn't have implicated the innocent. Taoistly said loudly, the battlefield is not a fairy tale, not a child's play. People will die at any time, and it has always been cruel. Why implicate the innocent? The Heavenly Imperial Prince has always viewed humans as ants. After so many years, how many human experts have he killed? Who was the one who implicated him? Do you want to blame this group of people? Some people rebelled, and the Heavenly Imperial Prince went crazy, slaughtering innocent mortals to vent his anger. Can you blame the rebels? If that's the case, then all of the humans should just remain silent and become obedient slaves. Then he should fight against the Heavenly Imperial Prince in an upright manner and not scheme like this. That way he will also appear grand and glorious. Doing so might even implicate us. Taoistly said loudly. Fair and square? Glorious and glorious? Laughable. The Heavenly Imperial Prince and several ancient princes came together. Does he plan to fight alone? There are also several unfathomable half-saints helping him. If a human expert with a dark golden spear fights like this, is he waiting to be surrounded and killed? No one can fight against so many princes. Moreover, it is the Heavenly Imperial Prince who cowers and doesn't dare to fight alone. In the end, he is the one who is glorious and magnificent. Finally, there is an expert who dares to challenge the Heavenly Imperial Prince, but he has become a vile character instead. What a heaven-defying logic. But didn't he still fail? He let the Heavenly Imperial Prince break out of the encirclement outside Truxian City, but he didn't obtain any results. In the end, it still won't work. Someone on the side said, the battlefield isn't a fairy tale. Who can sing triumphantly the entire way and win? Who dares to stand out and resist? After so many years, when the heavenly imperial prince moved unhindered through the world and slaughtered human experts, what did everyone do? Where were you all? Aren't you all just cold and detached spectators? This humble Taoist only believes in his own eyes and only looks at the results. He didn't obtain any results, so it won't work. He might even implicate us. Taoist Li spoke again. Taoist Li can't even be considered someone who understands the situation after the fact. Can't you see through the things that have already happened? How can you say that this battle didn't have any results? If these people didn't provoke the heavenly imperial prince's wrath and force him into a killing trap, the consequences would definitely be unimaginable. Many people became silent. These words weren't false. The heavenly imperial prince brought with him terrifying formation banners, but they were all used up in this battle. If these people did as Taoist Li said and fought with radiance and blood energy, they might all be wiped out in one fell swoop. They would become nothing more than ashes under the formation banners, dying a meaningless death. Since we already know the heavenly imperial prince's temperament, we naturally have to fight against him. Many people nodded. The heavenly imperial prince had never planned to fight alone. He had invited so many terrifying helpers and laid out a wide net. If these people still wanted to fight against the radiance banners, wouldn't they be fools? If the formation banners hadn't been broken outside of True Paragon City and the heavenly imperial prince suddenly attacked, these people would definitely have fallen into a passive state. Some of them would definitely have died miserably. This humble Taoist only looks at the results. In the end, aren't we still fighting here? The ancient race's experts are stronger than the human race and have many ancestral kings. From Taoist Zhang's point of view, there's no need to fight. We can just become slaves from now on. What's the need for this process? Everyone should remain silent. Breaking down the undying heavenly emperor's formation banners and fighting step by step is meaningless. From Taoist Zhang's point of view, the human race shouldn't fight and should just accept the adversity and serve the various races. Taoist Zhang opened his mouth and said, "Even so, after seeing the heavenly imperial prince break the formation, he went south and slaughtered countless people. Why are they cowering and not stopping him?" Many people shook their heads and didn't say anything. This was an obvious matter. The heavenly imperial prince could open the realm gate with a raise of his hand. How could they stop him? He went all the way south. Who could be sure of his coordinates? It was already a miracle that this group of people could intercept the heavenly imperial prince so quickly. If it wasn't for experts proficient in transport formations, who knew where they would be tossed to? These are all excuses. These people want to stand on a moral high ground and fight against the heavenly imperial prince. How hypocritical, Taoist Zhang said. Everyone shook their heads and felt that this was ridiculous. What else was there to say when it was so obvious? This group of people had been fighting against the heavenly imperial prince from start to finish. When did they find any excuses? They always targeted him and resisted step by step. The great battle on the battlefield became more and more intense. Everyone's discussions increased as well. They opposed each other with equal harshness and neither side gave way. Even though Yi Fan, the sacred prince, Huang Shudao and the others were in the middle of the great battle, they could still hear it. It was because they all had the heavenly ear divine ability. The heavenly imperial prince laughed loudly and then became incomparably cold. He swept his gaze over Yi Fan and the others and revealed a mocking smile. What he said had become the truth. So many mortals had died. Yi Fan felt sorrow in his heart. Facing the heavenly imperial prince's provocation, he remained calm because he had long since expected this. They had previously angered the heavenly imperial prince, and the results were obvious. They had lured him into a certain death situation. The Black Emperor laid down a four-layered Great Emperor killing formation to trap him. Who in the world could resist? This time, they couldn't kill the heavenly imperial prince. It wasn't that the situation wasn't good enough, but rather that the heavenly imperial prince's bloodline's foundation was too powerful. All their efforts were wasted here. Now that the battle had reached such a state, even if one wasn't a saint, they would all die. Fortunately, They had the Black Emperor's great formation to resist. Otherwise, the heavenly imperial prince would have wiped them all out in one fell swoop. With so many terrifying formation flags coming out, the mountains and rivers would lose their luster, the sun and moon would lose their color. Ha ha! The heavenly imperial prince laughed coldly and swept his gaze across Yifan and the others. He used his divine sense to transmit his voice. I really can't kill you guys anymore. Next time, I might as well go and massacre 10 mortal cities. I don't even need to do anything. Your human race will kill you all on their own and make you all sinners of the past, haha. The battle was shocking. In the distance, people were arguing. These people offended the heavenly imperial prince for no reason. In the end, they have incurred his wrath and will most likely implicate us. What a mess. The ancient race is so strong. Can these people fight against them? Why do they have to kill the heavenly imperial prince? They are putting us in danger for no reason. You guys are really muddling along. The heavenly imperial prince's desire to destroy the human race has never changed. If he were to become a saint, the calamity would be unimaginable. Do you guys still have any backbone? This time, borrowing the heavenly imperial prince's hand to kill the heavenly imperial prince might be the only chance. If not for these people, why would the heavenly imperial prince be so angry? What's the use of such resistance? This old man feels that their actions are a bit excessive. They should be calm and detached, devise strategies, and decide victory from 1,000 miles away. That is the embodiment of a hero. How do we decide victory? Could it be that you guys have already gotten used to the ancient race's high and mighty status? There are occasionally those who resist, but they are instead treated as heretics. If this continues, are you really going to become numb to it? The heavenly imperial prince heard everything clearly. After hearing it, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. His gaze became even colder. Yifan's heart was calm. What he saw wasn't much. On the other side of the starry sky were there few people like this? But when one encountered a robbery, everyone would avoid it. Suicide would attract the attention of others, but they would be indifferent and even ridiculed. The example of war made one's heart go cold. They were merely a group of spectators, cold and numb. On the battlefield, the battle became even more terrifying. Even the heavens have to listen to my words. The earth has to respect my will. Heavenly Imperial Prince, what qualifications do you have to fight against me? The Heavenly Imperial Prince roared. His aura continued to rise. His hair was disheveled, and his pupils were terrifying. Hong! He held the heavenly blade in his right hand, and his left hand moved about, connecting to the void. At the end of the boundless outer space, wind and thunder immediately erupted. Divine winds howled angrily, and chaotic energy erupted. At this moment, the entire great wilderness became oppressive, making people feel like they were suffocating. All of the cultivators were alarmed. They could clearly see an expanse of meteors falling from the heavens. Every single one of them was incomparably enormous, drawing out dazzling light. They came from beyond the heavens, bringing with them a world-destroying aura. The meteors from outer space flew over in large numbers. This type of might made all life tremble. The heavenly imperial prince's methods were heaven-defying. His words were the law, and his actions were the law. It was simply like he was going to destroy the world. All of the meteors rushed towards the heavenly imperial prince, and the entire world was trembling. Break for me! The heavenly imperial prince seemed like he was about to merge with the Tao. He struck out with a large amount of great Tao trajectories, dispelling the meteors. He wanted to guide the meteors into outer space once more. However, he failed. He had no choice but to use the black iron rod to furiously strike the 9 heavens again, fighting head-on. Dang! In front of the enormous meteors, the monkey's body was as insignificant as a speck of dust. However, he still smashed it with a single strike, turning the star fragments into a pile of dust. However, there were truly too many meteors. All of them were enveloped in the radiance of the great Tao. Their might overflowed into the heavens, shocking the entire world. The heavenly imperial prince slashed horizontally and vertically. A tremble of his arms contained the power of trillions. However, when faced with the attacks of the great Tao of the meteors, it was still somewhat difficult for him to withstand. These were star fragments that carried the divine might of the great Tao. How many people in the world could block them? Only someone with a physical body like the heavenly imperial prince could resist them. The monkey coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. He was still heavily injured. When he destroyed the last star fragment, his body swayed. Wang! The heavens and earth trembled. The heavenly imperial prince opened his mouth and spat out a beam of golden light. This was innate chaotic energy. His eyes were wide open in anger, and his golden hair stood on end. What's the point of standing up for these numb people? The heavenly imperial prince sneered. Even the meteors couldn't knock down the monkey. This made him feel a little uncertain. The other party was not weaker than him at all. The monkey's innate chaotic energy rushed over. The heavenly imperial prince had no choice but to use all his strength to resist. However, he was still forced to continuously retreat. With each step, he spat out blood, dyeing the undying heavenly blade in his hand red. Dang! The two of them fought again. It was a life and death battle, a clash of life and death. On the other side, Yi Fan's true body and Tao body faced the enemy together. They also fought crazily, using their extreme divine abilities to block the three ancient princes. They couldn't escape. It was also extremely thrilling, and the great battle was boiling. In the distance, more and more people gathered. Most of them came from the great sects of the human race. There were even many people of the ancient royal bloodline. They were all watching this soul-stirring battle. Chapter 1059. Roar. After fighting for a long time, the fire Qilin revealed an impatient expression, showing signs of going crazy. His head of long blue hair danced about chaotically. He released a long roar, and this world collapsed. It was like a doomsday flood, as well as the descent of the 9 heaven stellar streams. This was a Qilin roar. Once it was released, mountains and rivers would collapse, seas would evaporate. The archaic Qilin ancestral king could directly shatter the moon. As an ancient prince, the fire Qilin had the most powerful blood flowing through his body. He had long severed his Tao for many years and was powerful enough. Right now, his roar naturally made the heavens explode. Nothing could stop this sound wave. Within the 100,000 great mountains, 10,000 beasts cried out in grief. Flocks of birds fell to the ground, all of them trembling as they laid on the ground. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably as they worshipped in this direction. Meanwhile, the pressure Yi Fan who bore the brunt of this could be imagined. The blue Tao ripples turned into ripples, making the void collapse inch by inch. His true body and Tao body were in great pain. Fight! Yi Fan released a shout from his mouth, releasing Tao sounds. He used a world-shocking secret technique to defend, using offense as defense. He used the Battle Saint technique to produce the Xianzi sound, turning it into the fight character as it rushed out. This was an intense collision that shocked the eastern wastelands. Ripples spread outwards. They didn't seem to be intense, but the destructive power was astonishing. Large amounts of mountain peaks that pierced through the clouds were shattered. Meanwhile, the boundless heavens turned into primal chaos, because everything exploded. Nothing was left behind. Apart from himself, there was nothing else. Everything seemed to have returned to its original point, returning to the beginning of heaven and earth. Divine winds roared angrily, demonic light erupted, primal chaos mist pervaded the air, and all things were silent. In this boundless void, Yi Fan's true body and Tao body coexisted. Apart from them, all deities and creatures withdrew. The two Tao shouts were unstoppable. A clear roar sounded. Huolin appeared, rushing over together with his older brother. The two Qilin roars appeared, making this place even more terrifying. The heavens exploded inch by inch, primal chaos surging violently. This was an astonishing scene. Heaven and earth splitting power appeared, and it was as if deities and devils were weeping. Hurricanes swept through the great void. A Tao shout turned into a heavenly river that was incomparably brilliant. At the limits of the horizon, everyone trembled. What kind of power was this? No wonder he could kill a half-saint. Just this kind of ability was enough. How many people could contend against him? Everyone secretly rejoiced that they were far enough away. This kind of ripple could definitely destroy their bodies and souls. As long as they were affected, not even a hair or bone would be left. Yifan's hands moved about, forming the heavenly star domain. He shouted, resisting the Qilin roar. Meanwhile, ancient stars with life appeared in front and behind him. The sun and moon rotated, and the great stars were reborn, stabilizing the universe. In the distance, Huang Shudao frowned. He didn't make a move and quietly watched the results. His indistinct body was becoming more and more unfathomable. Boom! After the last strike, Huolin and Huiqizi were forced to retreat. Yifan and his Taoist body also trembled. This pair of Qilin brother and sister was really powerful, which made him sigh with emotion. Just whose edge is shining brighter. This human cultivator is ridiculously strong. He has been able to hold on for so long without dying. How long can he last? The many legendary figures from the ancient race were left shaken. Huang Shudao raised his arm like an immortal phoenix striking the 9 heavens. His attack power was peerless and domineering. The power of his right arm shattered all the chaos. The brilliant divine light of phoenix wings swept out and enveloped Yifan. Thump! This was the first time Yifan had such a serious expression while fighting with him. Every strike made him feel a majestic power. Huang Shudao's Dao marks and physical body were unparalleled in the world, which made Yifan feel danger. For so many years, who could compete with the divine physique of the human race? And now, Huang Shudao had done it. He was the most courageous in the world, like an immortal phoenix dancing. The experts from the Blood Phoenix Mountain shook their arms with the power of millions and millions. Everything would collapse, and all things in the world would be destroyed. Not many people in the mortal world could withstand it. Huiqizi let out a long roar and attacked again. His battle intent was even stronger, and his destructive power had increased by a large margin. Clearly, he was getting serious. Yifan had never underestimated the ancient princes. It was the same in the past, and it was still the same now. In a real battle, the son of the ancient emperor was even more powerful than he had imagined. He was far stronger than the 8th-generation descendants of the ancient emperor like Yuangu. Not only was he a true imperial prince, but he was also a well-known figure among them. It was impossible for the ancient emperor to only have one son, so those who could be chosen to be bestowed the title of the current generation were definitely the best. If I hadn't gone against the great Tao, today's fate would be unpredictable. It could be said that he had blocked 3 of the ancient emperor's sons by himself. This could be considered a miracle, and the spectators had long since been dumbfounded. There had never been a lack of geniuses in this world, and everyone's fortunes were different. No one could say that they were favored by the heavens alone, and no one dared to say that they were invincible in the world. In the past, Yifan had started out late, and he had worked hard to catch up and finally transcended. However, it would be naive to say that he could view the ancient princes as ants. Which one of these characters was ordinary? There was no need to mention the heavenly prince's bloodline, and he was born with the eye of fortune. This was a heaven-defying immortal treasure that could strengthen one's body by countless times. Even the generations of Origin Master before Yifan had not obtained it. As the heavenly prince grew up, he was even accompanied by the divine tea tree. He drank Tao Comprehension tea every day and cultivated with the Tao Comprehension ancient tree in his hand. Moreover, at the end of every month, the heavenly prince would have a life and death battle with the young immortal emperor. This was a cultivation method that ordinary people could not hope to achieve, and it was even more powerful than Yifan's heaven-defying great Tao and the young great emperor. However, these were all things that outsiders could find out. As for what the immortal emperor had left for him, no one knew. Perhaps all of this was only the tip of the iceberg. From the heavenly prince, it was not difficult to guess that Hokilzi, Huangsudo, and the others must have similarly heaven-defying fortunes. Their starting points were very high, and they were blessed by the heavens. Every one of them was a heaven-defying character that could look down on the ages. The greatest knot in the hearts of the immemorial emperors was to open the path to immortality and step into another world. Unfortunately, they could not see any hope, and could only place all their efforts on their sons. This was the continuation of their hopes. In a sense, these people were placed with high hopes. They were the people that the immemorial emperors had wholeheartedly nurtured, and they would become immortals in their place. In the end, they would surpass the ancient emperors. Only whether or not they could surpass the ancient emperors was hard to say. However, at present they were definitely the strongest among their peers. While Yi Fan was astonished, the hearts of even more ancient race experts, including Huoqilzi and Huang Shudao, were shaken. This opponent was so elegant, and he was definitely an imperial prince-level character. Otherwise, why would he dare to fight 1 against 3? Even the ancient emperors might not be able to do so. That was because with Huoqilzi's and Huoqilzi's natural talents, as well as the painstaking care of their fathers, they would definitely not be weaker than any of the young great emperors. He is fighting 1 against 3, yet he still hasn't been defeated. How long can he last? Is this a legend? This is the graceful bearing of an imperial prince. It is breathtaking, or else who could do this? He is definitely on par with the ancient emperor. The son of the ancient great emperor has finally appeared. The ancient race experts were horrified. They couldn't help but be shocked by this battle. It was intense and dazzling, like immortal pearls shooting out brilliance. The splendor of this moment was enough to illuminate the entire mountains and rivers. It was engraved in everyone's mind, making their emotions rise and fall on a magnificent scale. Many people from the human race felt their blood boiling. It was as if they had returned to the era when the ancient great emperor was born. The ancient great emperor rose up in a chaotic world, illuminating all directions. He quelled the chaos and maintained peace, suppressing the world for a long time. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were at peace, and no one dared to bully the human race again. This person cannot be left alive. A few experts from the ancient race said in a low voice. In that instant, some of the human cultivators felt their bodies go cold when they heard this. Li Daozhang and the others even began to discuss, worried that they would anger the ancient race and bring about a great disaster. If you want to kill me, then come and try. Yi Fan released a long roar. His pupils were like heavenly swords, shooting out 2 blazing beams of light. Even though they were quite far away, they still forced the ancient race experts who spoke just now to take a few steps back. Their faces were snow-white. Hong! Yi Fan's aura rose, and his battle prowess rose rapidly. He forced the 3 ancient emperors back a few steps, and he was actually going to attack the heavenly prince. You? The fire Qilint's eyes were ice-cold and emotionless. His cultivation and magical power also increased by more than several times as he opposed Yi Fan with equal harshness. However, the heavenly prince in the distance was startled. He was worried that one of Yi Fan's Dao bodies wouldn't be able to rush over and help the sacred prince kill him. The heavenly prince's Dao heart immediately became a bit unstable. He was able to rope in Huolin and the others because the price he paid was enough to move the ancient emperor's bloodline. However, whether or not they would really risk their lives for him was another matter. Pang! The sacred prince's heart was as unmoving as a boulder. His gaze was cold, and his every movement became even fiercer. The murderous light drowned out everything in all directions. He was unstoppable, and the heavenly prince was beaten until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and retreated. Ah! The heavenly prince released a long roar. His beautiful face was filled with shock and anger. He was confident that his bloodline was number 1 under the heavens. As the only son of the undying heavenly emperor revered by all races, he couldn't tolerate others injuring him. Even though the sacred prince was also heavily injured and coughed out blood from time to time, the heavenly prince still found it hard to accept. Only he should be able to injure the enemy, and no one should be able to injure him. Sacred prince, what qualifications do you have to fight against me? My father gave me the number 1 physique under the heavens, and I cultivated the number 1 immortal scripture since birth. You will forever be trampled under my feet. The heavenly prince was close to going crazy. He unleashed endless killing moves and endless wondrous techniques, causing some of the half-saints to feel their hair and bones go cold. They definitely couldn't block him, and they would undoubtedly die if they went up. My father gave it to me. He gave me the entire world, the sacred prince replied, and his attacks became even fiercer. The battle saint's blood was boiling, and his battle intent was high. It was as if he wanted to strike down the 9 heavens. What did you say? The heavenly prince roared in anger. My father didn't leave behind a Tao protector for me, and he also didn't prepare any immortal treasures that could seize the fortune of heaven and earth. He only gave me a free world, allowing me to strike the 9 heavens and descend into the 9 underworlds. I can soar freely without being bound or shackled. The sacred prince's expression was incomparably calm. However, at this moment his aura flourished even more. He was invincible, the sole ruler of the world. He became increasingly domineering and aggressive, almost about to suppress the heavenly prince. The sacred prince's words were so deafening that even the deaf could hear them. Huang Shudao, Huolin and Huichi were all shaken. Meanwhile, the heavenly prince seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. His body staggered, and the monkey followed up. The jet-black iron rod smashed down, sending him flying, and a long stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The heavenly prince's angry roar could only be withstood by his physique. If it was someone else, they would definitely be turned into a bloody paste. He experienced a difficult struggle before recovering from his disadvantageous position, but his Tao heart became unstable. This was because he recalled the undying heavenly emperor's gift, which gave him 2 paths. The first path was resplendent with light, Tao protectors, peerless immortal treasures, and everything else. The other path was the undying heavenly blade, which allowed him to cut down the Tao comprehension tea tree and shatter many immortal treasures to completely sever the first path. And in the end, he chose the former. Father, you are the strongest expert since ancient times, as well as the wisest deity. Yet you gave me such a difficult choice. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, I will be number 1 in the future. I will choose my own path. The heavenly prince's gaze was frightening as he roared loudly. Not good. The heavenly prince's Tao heart is unstable. Please don't let anything happen to him. The expressions of many ancient race experts changed. The heavenly prince has 8 divine generals following him and a few ancient ancestral monarchs protecting him. The general trend is set by the heavens, but the sacred prince has nothing. Since we chose to stand on the heavenly prince's side from the start, there is no need to hesitate now. We must help him. Some half-sages couldn't hold back and walked forward. They didn't dare to truly attack the sacred prince, but they still wanted to disturb him. They wanted to hold on until the heavenly prince's Tao heart stabilized. Let's see who dares to take a step forward. I will take his life even if he escapes beyond the 9 heavens. Yifan shouted loudly. The battle blood in his body was boiling. Seeing that the sacred prince had the upper hand, yet these people wanted to interfere midway and reverse the situation, he used all his strength to let out a long roar. I don't believe in heresy. A half-sage sneered in a low voice and took a large step forward. Kill! Yifan's words were like thunder. He only spat out this one word, and a phenomenon rushed out from his body, turning into a giant fiend god. This was the phenomenon of an immortal king descending to the 9 heavens. However, after it evolved, it was like a fiend god descending into the world. Its aura swallowed mountains and rivers, and 100,000 great mountains collapsed. Ho! The fiend god formed from Yifan's phenomenon opened its mouth and roared. The wind and clouds in all directions collapsed as it swallowed this half-sage in one gulp. Ah, what? This is... Everyone was dumbfounded, and the entire world fell silent. Chapter 1060. A demonic god appeared between the heaven and earth. It was as if he could reach the celestial court and trample the underworld. The 9 heavens and 10 earths trembled as he looked up. His powerful aura was suffocating. His black hair cascaded down like a waterfall and his eyes were deep. He swallowed the half-saint in one gulp, shocking the world into silence. Ah! The half-saint roared and struggled in the demonic god's stomach, wanting to fight his way out. He was shocked, angry, fearful, and terrified. He opened his mouth and spat out an iron dagger axe, slashing down with all his might. At the same time, he opened his domain. The radiance of the half-saint rushed up, wanting to cut open the danger zone and come out. However, reality was cruel. His phenomenon domain was completely restrained and was completely useless. Once the human saint body's phenomenon appeared, almost all other phenomena would lose their effectiveness. Only the iron dagger axe moved, wanting to pierce the demonic god's stomach. However, what awaited him was a giant millstone that crushed towards him. At the demonic god's stomach, where the sea of reincarnation was, the sea of bitterness and the wheel of life merged, turning into a world millstone plate that crushed the iron dagger axe into powder. The half-saint screamed as his hair stood on end. At this moment, he felt a special source of power. Through this demonic god's phenomenon, he knew who Yifan was. However, he couldn't shout at all. Even his divine sense was suppressed. The world millstone plate fell down. He was filled with unwillingness and fear as his flesh and blood turned into mud. The divine sense of this ancient race half-saint was full of fear. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. His primordial spirit was extinguished and completely dissipated. With a light sound, the fiend god that towered between the heavens and the earth also exploded, completely disappearing without a trace. This place became deathly silent. A half-saint died just like that. He was swallowed in one gulp and died a violent death. At the place where the demonic god disappeared, a large mist of blood drifted. Only this was left. Let's see which of you dares to take another step. Yifan's true body shouted. These words reverberated in the sky like a thunderclap, causing pain in everyone's ears. Many people swayed and almost fell down on the spot. The expressions of the half-sages who had planned to interfere with the battle and help the heavenly prince turned extremely ugly. At the same time, they felt a chill in their hearts. One of their companions had died just like that. At this moment, they were in a dilemma. They had already made a decision, and many people were watching from the side. However, the tragic scene before them made their hair stand on end. Taking a step forward could mean death. If he didn't do anything, he would lose face and feel aggrieved. The others didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. They felt that this mysterious human cultivator was too domineering. A single roar had actually suppressed several half-saints. He had the air of a sovereign overlooking the world. Those who cross the line will die, Yifan's true body shouted. He was on the battlefield and couldn't split himself. He could only do everything he could to unleash a domineering strike like this to intimidate the enemy. In the end, the faces of those half-sages turned pale. Not a single one of them took another step forward. All of them were petrified and didn't dare to move rashly. To them, staying alive was the most important thing. A gust of wind rose in the great wastelands. Everyone felt a chill run through their bodies. No one said anything and everything became quiet. They were all shaken. This was especially the case for those ancient race experts who whispered that they couldn't let Yifan live. They felt a wave of fear. At this moment, they clearly felt a gaze sweep over them. It was as if blades were scraping at their bones. The battle was still ongoing. The heavenly prince witnessed everything, and his Tao heart became even more unstable. He was swept by the monkey's rod, shattering the divine gold crown on his head. The immortal hairpin was even more so turned into powder. His black hair immediately scattered down. His heart was filled with anxiety and anger. He brandished the undying heaven blade. Blade radiance rushed into the heavens as he resisted with all his might. On the other side, the fire Qilin's expression became much colder. He stared at Yifan's true body and Tao body. He raised his battle prowess by another level and blocked their path, not giving them a chance to attack again. Yifan didn't attack again either. According to the current situation, he only needed to block the three of them for an hour, and then the sacred prince would definitely win. It was because the heavenly prince's Tao heart wasn't stable, so his defeat was only a matter of time. The metal rod in the monkey's hands released woo-woo sounds. Every time it descended, there would be black cracks extending in all directions. Dazzling sparks erupted as it clashed with the undying heaven blade. Many people were looking forward to this battle. They were all overwhelmed with emotions. Even during the Radiant's ancient era, no one had ever seen a battle between emperors. The battle between their strongest heirs was undoubtedly a type of comparison. Pooh! The heavenly prince's mind was uneasy. He took another strike and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the first time he felt fear. He was scared that he would be defeated. He had never fallen into such a bitter battle before. He didn't feel any fear even when he fought against the young undying heavenly emperor. It was because he knew that his father's Tao marks wouldn't truly kill him. He could fight to his heart's content and not worry like now. What kind of person was the sacred prince? He had wandered back and forth between life and death for so many years. He grew up in great battles and fought against the heavenly prince's Tao protector for so many years. His experience was abundant. His gaze turned into tangible torches as he became even more powerful. He attacked boldly and pressed forward step by step, making the heavenly prince more and more uneasy. There were several close calls, and he coughed out blood from time to time under the black metal rod's divine might. In reality, the heavenly prince's constitution was indeed unprecedented and incomparable. The divine abilities he cultivated were also world-shattering. There was nothing to say about his own strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to seriously injure the monkey. However, at this moment he lacked a type of imposing manner. He didn't have the true indomitable will to press forward without fear of life or death. He didn't have the will to take down the enemy with him. After fighting to this point, the monkey's body was also covered in scars, to the extent where it might even be a bit more serious. He didn't have the immortal treasure or the Tao comprehension tea. He completely relied on himself to reach this step. Even if he had an uncle, he didn't care about him at all. He left him to fend for himself and fought for the world on his own. He sat on Mount Meru and didn't come out, as if he had forgotten about him. However, his fighting spirit was even more resolute than iron. He fought until the heavenly prince was terrified and his Tao heart completely lost balance. At this moment, the heavenly prince began to retreat step by step, narrowly escaping death. Monkey, don't force me. At worst, I'll just cripple half my cultivation and use immortal treasures to destroy your soul bone. You don't have these things, so there's no way you can contend against me. The heavenly prince said coldly. The sacred prince's movements were bold, and he became more and more composed. His eyes were filled with confidence, and he pressed forward step by step, almost suppressing him. He said, "Apart from what your father left you, what do you have? Today, I will definitely kill you." Dang! The jet-black metal rod smashed down. Sparks flew in all directions, and the undying heavenly blade trembled continuously. The heavenly prince's arms became numb. He felt uneasy and became more and more passive. Hong! The heavenly prince's fist smashed out, striking towards the heavenly prince's head. The fist aura was incomparably domineering, carrying with it endless great Tao trajectories as it covered everything in front of it. The heavenly prince roared angrily. He retreated while blocking. He was in a sorry state, and anyone could see that he was going to lose. In the distance, many famous ancient race figures saw everything clearly. They all looked at each other in dismay, and then some of them couldn't help but sigh lightly. The heavenly prince's bloodline and foundation can be said to be number one under the heavens. In reality, his cultivation seems to be a level higher than the heavenly prince's, but he is going to lose. The ancient heavenly prince left behind some exceptional immortal treasures, and they indeed helped the heavenly prince become stronger, allowing him to surpass the older generation and become unstoppable. However, it is precisely because of this that he lacked the tempering he should have, lacking a type of tenacity. The heavenly prince's foundation isn't inferior to others. He climbed up step by step, his foundation sturdy, and his temperament far surpasses the heavenly prince in the same cultivation realm. He will definitely win this battle. The heavenly prince's blade swept out, at the same time hacking towards the monkey with his palm. The heavenly prince used the metal rod to block the heavenly blade, ignoring that palm and sending a fist smashing towards the heavenly prince's head. Battle energy and blood energy drowned out the eastern wastelands. The heavenly prince was alarmed and furious. The other party was like a fugitive, exchanging lives with him. He didn't want to die like this. He retreated in the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint, using exceptional secret techniques to defend himself. The heavenly prince naturally didn't want to perish together with the enemy. This was completely a psychological attack. After seeing through the heavenly prince's temperament, he became more and more valiant. Pooh! The metal rod swept downwards, smashing into the heavenly prince's shoulder. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, making his body stagger. His bones continuously released cracking sounds, and cracks appeared, almost breaking apart. Ah! The heavenly prince cried out loudly. His hair was disheveled, and he activated all types of wondrous techniques. It was as if he had gone mad as he fought the monkey. On the other side, Yi Fan felt extremely strained. Huang Shudao, Hualin and the others increased the intensity of their attacks. It was because Huaqi Zi and the other two were invited out, obtaining great benefits. They couldn't just watch as the heavenly prince died. Yi Fan felt extreme danger. First, the bloodline power within their bodies became stronger, and second, they might have some great killing weapons on them. He had a bit of friendship with Hualin before, but now it was definitely useless even if he brought it out. Before the true core benefits, what did those things in the past count for? Since you are heading south, there is no way we will watch as the heavenly prince falls. If we dare stop you, we will let you die in vain. Huaqi Zi spoke, his expression cold and ruthless. At this point, if he still didn't go all out, the heavenly prince might die. It would be too late then. Talk after you get past me. Yi Fan said coldly. I don't want to fight pointlessly. I'll just directly kill you. Huaqi Zi said coldly. A terrifying aura seeped out from his body, shooting straight at Yi Fan. The power of an emperor weapon. Yi Fan's expression changed. He had always been worried about this great killing weapon, and now it actually became real. He had a type of hidden worry a long time ago. If these people brought the ancient emperor weapon south, then it would be a gargantuan problem. That was why he always felt restraining fear. Hong! Yi Fan activated the army symbol and shook the immortal cauldron in his body. In the past, it was already difficult to activate the 2 pieces of green copper. Now, he still couldn't take the initiative to use it, but he could use it for defense. Sensing a strand of emperors might shooting over, a layer of brilliance appeared on the surface of his body, blocking this murderous aura and preventing it from entering his body. What? Huaqi Zi's expression changed for the first time. This kind of situation meant that the other party definitely had an emperor weapon. Otherwise, how could they stop his might? Wang! Huaqi Zi's body shook and erupted with a dazzling multicolored light. All of it shot towards Yi Fan, as if an archaic emperor was descending and reappearing in the world. A giant blue qilin appeared in the sky, emitting endless light. Its divine might was vast and majestic, and its aura could devour mountains and rivers. Yi Fan's eyes were cold. The thing he was most worried about had finally happened. The ancient prince was heading south, and the degree of terror far exceeded normal people's imaginations. If Huang Shudao also came with an ancient emperor weapon, then it would be even more difficult. However, since the battle had already reached this stage, and the sacred prince had the upper hand and was about to kill the heavenly prince, he couldn't retreat no matter what. He had to stop these 3. Chapter 1061. In the present world, only extreme Dao emperor weapons could threaten the green cauldron. Even holy artifacts were useless, unable to activate it. At this moment, it was floating up and down within Yi Fan's body, while flowing with immortal light and resplendent auspicious radiance. It formed a barrier of light on the surface of Yi Fan's body, and it obstructed the terrifying killing intent. The fire qilin's head of blue hair fluttered about, as if a true blue qilin had come to life. It roared proudly between heaven and earth, releasing a great roar that made everything around it tremble. Open! The fire qilin roared loudly. A fist smashed forward, carrying traces of the great Tao. It was as if the 9 layers of heavens were cleaving down, surrounding Yi Fan below. The blue blood in his body boiled, and the ancient imperial weapon became one with him. He punched out, aiming for Yifan's head. This kind of attack was unimaginable. Bang! Yifan brandished his fists, and a brilliant light bloomed between his palms and fingers. An extremely strong and powerful fist aura whizzed out, wrapped in a layer of brilliance. The green cauldron automatically protected itself, resisting the might of the archaic emperor. Lightning radiance shot in all directions between the two's fists and fingers. Kacha sounds rang out, streaks of blue lightning and immortal radiance tearing apart the void together. This place was terrifying beyond compare, turning into a giant black hole. The entire sky disappeared, turning into a black abyss. It was destroyed beyond recognition, exploding inch by inch, turning into a land of nothingness. The dimensional space devoured everything. Yifan and Fire Qilin both backed up, looking at each other in disbelief. They both felt like there was something wrong with the other party's emperor weapon, that it might not be real. Boom! Hualin had slaughtered her way here. She was afraid that something might happen to her brother, so she used the trump card she had brought to the south this time. However, she still couldn't kill this great enemy. This was enough to make her worry. The blue light annihilated the heaven and earth, and a large amount of chaotic energy filled the air. The power of Hualin brush was so strong that it made one's bones and body tremble. Bang! Yifan and her slender jade-like hand collided head-on. All kinds of patterns of the great path spread out, causing his body to shake violently. If it wasn't for the celestial light overflowing from the green cauldron covering his body, the consequences would be unimaginable. Another ancient imperial weapon. He revealed a look of disbelief. How was this possible? Could it be that the Fire Qilin cave had two ancient imperial weapons? This was a bit unrealistic. Hualin also revealed a strange expression. Her water blue long hair scattered about, her eyes bright and white. She also discovered that this person's body wasn't a true emperor weapon. It was a bit strange. Could it be that it's the same as ours? Fire Qilin's expression was indifferent as he turned around to look at his younger sister, and he had a rough answer in his heart. Boom! The two of them attacked again, attacking murderously. The sky dome of this place completely exploded, becoming an expanse of primal chaos, isolated from the outside world. Yifan's fist continued to collide with their palms and fingers. Tens of thousands of traces of the Great Path appeared, clashing head-on with this pair of invincible siblings. The might of the ancient emperors was oppressive, almost suffocating. It's not a real ancient imperial weapon. It's an imitation of a forbidden weapon. In the end, Yifan finally figured it out. This was a type of heaven-defying ability that required rare divine materials to construct. However, it could only be used a few times before it would self-destruct. Whoosh! After the final strike, they separated. Hualin and Huiqizi were bewildered. They were sure that Yifan didn't possess a true monarch weapon, but they didn't know what it was. Pop! Suddenly, a light sound rang out from the distance. The time limit for Yifan's Dao body was up. It turned into a strand of clear air and disappeared into the sky dome. Huang Shudao immediately lost his opponent. He was stunned, and then his eyes became deep. His body was hidden within the traces of the Dao, difficult to see clearly. The world returned to peace. The chaotic energy dissipated, and the world stabilized. Several people confronted each other, reappearing in the sky dome. No one said anything. Just now, they used the power of the extreme Dao, but it was all released through their fists and fingers. They didn't truly activate the immortal artifact, so the power they displayed was less than a 10,000th of it. It didn't spread in all directions, or else even their own arms wouldn't be able to endure the powerful fluctuations. Moreover, they fought into the primal chaos, so the sharp spiritual senses of the spectators couldn't detect them. As a result, even though some people felt a momentary palpitation, they didn't know that they had used the ancient imperial weapon. The Dao body is declining. Is the true body still far from dying? A few ancient race legends muttered in the distance. They believed that the situation was about to be reversed. Yifan frowned. The situation wasn't looking good. After the Dao body disappeared, There was no way it could immediately reappear. They had to wait for a long period of time. Do you really want to fight to see who is stronger and who is weaker? From start to finish, we didn't come here for a life and death battle. Hualin Er's eyes swirled about. The three of them all obtained tremendous benefits, and that was why they agreed to head south. There was no way they would truly fight to the death for the Heavenly Prince. They had always been a bit perfunctory. Yifan naturally knew that the other battlefield was a true life and death battle. The Sacred Prince and Heavenly Prince had long been seriously injured. Each time it was a confrontation of the Great Tao, and one of them would definitely fall. Meanwhile, not a single one of them was injured on this battlefield. He understood clearly what kind of situation this was. We've already reached this step. If you still don't move out of the way, don't force me to kill you. The Fire Qilin said coldly. Come and give it a try. If you can't get past me, then there's no harm in killing you. Yifan opposed with equal harshness, revealing his killing intent. The other battlefield had already reached a crucial moment. He definitely wouldn't allow anyone to obstruct or interrupt them. After paying so much, if he still couldn't kill the Heavenly Prince, then that would be too sullen. Roar! The Fire Qilin released a great roar. His head of blue hair stood on end, and he was completely angered. The heavens and earth immediately collapsed as he slaughtered his way over. He's going all out. The ancient prince on this side is also going all out. The ancient race and human race great sects famous figures were all alarmed. Hong! Yifan was fearless. His right hand forcefully shook, and 6 strands of fist intent smashed forward. The boundless heavens exploded, and his black aura scattered. He faced the Fire Qilin head-on, wishing to smash him into a bloody paste with a single fist. Not good. Hualin Er's expression was shaken. Fearing that something unexpected would happen to her older brother, she also attacked over. Her snow-white jade-like fingers shattered the sky, imprinting towards Yifan's temple. On the other side, Huang Shudao turned around and directly rushed towards the Sacred Prince. He couldn't just watch as the Heavenly Prince was beaten to death. There was no time to waste. None of you should even think about leaving. If you can't get past me, then everything will be for naught. Yifan released true flames and used extreme speed to continuously clash with Hualin Er and the Fire Qilin. His flesh tore apart the void to stop Huang Shudao, and then they exchanged over 100 blows. Everyone gasped. This person was truly powerful, and his speed was inconceivably fast. Now, the 3 ancient princes were angered, yet he still dared to act like this and actually stop them. Could be said that he was unfathomably deep. Since you want to die, then I'll help you, the Fire Qilin said coldly. He raised his hand and used the 9 Qilin forms. This type of secret technique merged with his body technique, and its power was boundless. This was the first time he used it since the start of the battle. You think I'm scared of you? Yifan was fearless. He opened his mouth and roared, his aura devouring mountains and rivers. Not only did he face him alone, he also swept through Hualin Er and Huang Shudao. Joining forces to fight someone like you is disrespectful to both of us. I do want to spar with you alone to verify my Tao, but not today. I can't let the Imperial Prince die, Huang Shudao said calmly. That's right. Then let's fight. If I'm not careful, I might slaughter 1 or 2 of you. Yifan replied. Arrogant. Even Hualin Er's beautiful face revealed killing intent. Hong! A great battle of life and death began. However, a shocking change happened at this moment. The Black Emperor and the others used the Great Formation to trap the Half-Saints and the 8 Divine Generals. Originally, they were evenly matched, but now an external force interfered. It was actually a human expert who slaughtered his way over on a golden ancient war chariot. His battle intent surged and rumbled as he crushed through the heavens. He charged straight into the Great Formation. A majestic figure stood on the war chariot. His black hair scattered behind him, and his gaze was like cold lightning. His entire body surged with blood energy as he shot into the sky like a heavenly emperor. Around him, 9 true dragons coiled about. 9 immortal phoenixes flapped their wings and soared into the sky. 9 white tigers roared at the moon. Their brilliance covered the sun. making him look like a heavenly emperor descending into the world. Wang Teng, it's actually him. After so many years, he has been defeated again and again. He hasn't appeared in the world for 10 years. I didn't expect him to kill his way out today. He was once a peerless prodigy of heaven known as the North the Arch. He was respected as one of the strongest youths of the human race. However, ever since he was defeated by Yifan, he couldn't recover. No one expected him to come out today and break the formation with the Celestial the Arch War Chariot. He tore a corner of the formation and turned the situation around. It's actually this bastard who messed things up. The Black Emperor was furious. He had used up all the formation platforms in the City of True Virtue and all the divine materials he had accumulated over the years. In this place, he could only use ordinary materials to carve a formation. It was barely able to resist the 8 divine generals, but it would collapse after a long time. He thought he could still hold on for a while, but he didn't expect the North the Arch to come. The last ant hole appeared and broke the great formation. In everyone's eyes, the North the Arch was like a hot knife through butter. He tore a corner of the killing formation and barged into the battlefield. The 8 divine generals rushed out like a flood. Kill! Shouts of killing shook the heavens. Even though the 8 divine generals had suffered heavy casualties and many of them had fallen in the Black Emperor's great formation, none of the half-saints died. They all rushed out. How hateful! The sacred prince almost killed the heavenly prince. Yitong's eyes were red as he clenched his fists. At this moment, the sounds of killing shook the heavens. The 8 divine generals all rushed out. This was a huge disaster. They attacked towards the heavenly prince, and there were many who went to kill Yifan. Use the goddess furnace to suppress it. Don't let a single person get close to the sacred prince. The Black Emperor shouted. Li Tian and Yen Ishi activated the goddess furnace. It enveloped the heaven and earth and released boundless saint might. However, some of the half-saints also had it. They used it to resist in the formation just now. Hong! Blood light overflowed into the heavens. This place was boiling as the battle reached its climax. It was a scene of chaos. There was killing intent everywhere, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. Wang Ting laughed coldly. He was actually not much weaker than the ancient prince. It was unknown just how much bitterness he had suffered during these years. Today he completely erupted. After attacking the Black Emperor and the others, he drove the golden ancient war chariot straight towards the sacred prince. You dare! Yifan was furious. At this moment he shot out 2 black arrows one after another. They tore through the sky and killed the half-saints and 8 divine generals. They even more so stopped the unstoppable Wang Teng. You aren't the only one with a divine artifact. The Fire Qilin laughed coldly. Right now, they weren't in a hurry anymore. It was fine even if they didn't save the heavenly prince. The 8 divine generals were definitely an unstoppable flood. He took out a Heavenart halberd. It was also a divine artifact and blocked Yifan's path. A terrifying aura shook heaven and earth. Yifan had no choice but to call back a black arrow to protect himself. Then, he even more so brought out that stone core. His true body entered and used it as battle armor to slaughter in all directions. This place completely exploded like boiling water. Several divine artifacts appeared at the same time, all of them reviving. This was a devastating disaster. Mountains collapsed, seas dried up, the earth cracked, and the heavens exploded. It was impossible for anything to exist. The 8 divine generals suffered heavy losses. 30% of them died in the chaotic battle. However, those half-saints were too powerful. They had already slaughtered their way to the heavenly prince's side and dealt a heavy blow to the sacred prince. Ho! Yifan's roar shook mountains and rivers. He didn't care about the 3 ancient princes' obstruction. His hair stood up in anger as he frantically slaughtered his way forward. All types of blood splashed everywhere. The ancient race fell row after row. His entire body was dyed red. No matter who comes, I must kill the heavenly prince today. Those who stand in my way must die. Yifan shouted. He transmitted his unshakable will. He hated Wang Teng to the extreme for helping the ancient race. Chapter 1062. Yifan was mad with hatred. His eyes were frightening, and his hair stood up in anger. At the crucial moment, all his efforts were wasted. The Arch actually came at this time and messed up the situation. They were all humans, but Wang Teng did not come to help. He came for revenge. He drove the war chariot straight into the Black Emperor's formation and helped the 8 generals. He turned the situation around, which made Dongfang Yi and the others want to chop him into pieces. PFFF. Yifan shook his arm and waved his dark golden spear, sweeping away thousands of soldiers. The heads of the ancient race flew up in front of him. The sharp spear tip was like the edge of a knife. It was bright and dazzling, and it slashed through many throats. Countless heads flew into the air, and fresh blood dyed the sky red. Yifan did his best to kill the enemies. He fought in all directions against the 8 generals. Everywhere he went, the wind howled and blood rained down. At this moment, everything changed. The 3 ancient princes started to block him, and he was no longer the one blocking them and not letting him rush over to help. Kill! At this moment, Yifan's eyes were red from killing. He shouted out the word swastika in the form of a Dao shout. It turned into a violent wave that swept through the sky like a flood. This was a great killing technique that attacked everyone indiscriminately. As it swept through the heaven and earth, Dao patterns spread out, and corpses flew into the sky one after another. PFFF. Yifan roared into the sky. His Dao voice rose to a new and terrifying height. The 8 generals that were rushing over fell densely and then exploded, turning into clouds of blood mist. In all directions there were corpses of the 8 generals. They fell like crops being harvested and then collapsed. The sky was filled with broken limbs, broken bones, and blood. This was a blood-stained world. It was an extremely tragic scene. Yifan went crazy and used all his methods to rush forward because the monkey in the distance was in a bad situation. The sacred prince had been fighting for so long that his blood chi was almost used up. He was in danger. He was surrounded by the heavenly prince and a few half-saints. Wang Teng was also driving the golden war chariot forward. He could die at any time. The sacred prince had been in a life and death battle earlier, and it was different from the battle between Yifan and Huang Shudao's group of 3. Up to this point, his combat strength had been almost completely exhausted, and he was practically dried up. The 8 godly generals, a few half-saints, Wang Teng, and the invincible Prince Tian attacked together. Even a true descendant of a god would find it hard to resist. On the other side of the battlefield, the Black Emperor and the others were in a dangerous situation as well. Because a few half-saints amongst the spectators were finally unable to restrain themselves and had charged over. Goddess Furnace! Kill him! Raging flames swept about, overflowing into the heavens. The fiery light burned half the sky red, causing many ancient races to feel resentment. The Goddess Furnace was a rare treasure among divine artifacts. It was a weapon forged by Emperor Hung Yu for the founder of the Path of Human Desires, the Great Sage. Its destructive power was great. Clang! The lid of the furnace made a loud noise, and it almost sucked in a semi-sage expert. His entire body was covered in flames, and he was almost burnt to a crisp. The battle was bitter, and the sounds of killing could be heard everywhere. There were many ancient race figures who had joined the battle, and they were all very powerful characters. Dongfang Yi took action. The wolf-tooth club in his hand swept through the sky, causing the void to collapse. Unfortunately, another semi-sage also brought a broken divine artifact to resist, and the battle became even more bitter. Yifan's heart was filled with flames, and he wanted nothing more than to immediately kill his way over. However, the 3 ancient princes used all kinds of methods to hinder him. Even though he had killed many ancient race experts, he still couldn't rush over quickly. In the end, he released a clear roar, and his phenomenon appeared, traversing the 9 heavens. This was a complicated phenomenon that was entangled together. It was difficult to see clearly, but its power was enough to split the sky. The 8 godly generals suffered countless casualties, and those who were swept by it all turned into pieces of bone and blood. Even the 3 ancient princes were blasted away, unable to stop it. Yifan broke free from the 3's pursuit. A dark golden spear hung above his head, and his left hand held the black arrow. His right hand formed the six-path reincarnation fist as he weaved through the world, slaughtering his way towards the most intense area. Pooh! The black arrow in his hand slashed forward, piercing through a semi-sage in the sky. With a pew sound, he turned into a bloody mist. The great battle had reached this point, and human lives were worth less than grass. There were corpses everywhere, and blood was everywhere. Yifan had gone crazy from killing. He was worried that something bad would happen to the sacred prince. Wang Tung, hand over your life. He was invincible, and all those who obstructed him along the way were turned into a bloody paste. The energy in his heart turned into a heavenly blade that rushed out from his mouth. The snow-white blade radiance swept through the army. If Wang Tung hadn't arrived and used the divine artifact to break the Black Emperor's great formation, the situation wouldn't have been reversed like this. The sacred prince would most likely have already been beheaded. Now, the battle situation was completely reversed. The 8 godly generals rushed out like a breached dam, and several semi-sages were freed. The sacred prince, who had the upper hand, immediately fell into a desperate situation. Yifan's killing intent surged. There was a wave of anger in his heart, and he wanted nothing more than to immediately cut down the culprit, Wang Tung. As a human, he actually changed sides at this time and helped the ancient race, changing everything on the battlefield. This made him feel great hatred. It was precisely because of this that the ancient race spectating the battle became restless. Several semi-sages took action, and the current situation was grim to the extreme. There were countless corpses under Yifan's feet. He simply didn't know how many people he had killed while charging through the army. Everywhere he passed, blood spurted out and countless corpses were left. Even the 3 ancient princes couldn't stop me. Who among you dares to act rashly? After this battle, I'll kill anyone who makes a move, even if they escape to the 9 heavens beyond. The monkey was in danger. Yifan roared in anger, and his voice was like a thunderclap that shook the world. It was incomparably terrifying and intimidated the ancient race. However, he was very calm in his heart. A manifestation manifested. Gods and devils stood tall, sweeping out in all directions. The sky was filled with blood and shattered bones, but he didn't stop his enemies. This roar of his did indeed stun many people. At the very least, there were very few ancient race spectators who stepped out. They were all incomparably fearful. When they saw how unrivaled he was, like a young devil king, everywhere he passed by, a rain of blood would fall, and no one could stop him. All of a sudden, a supreme killing intent appeared behind Yifan's back. If this sword pierced through his immortal foundation, even if he had the saint body of a human, he would still die a miserable death. Yifan abruptly turned and a black arrow arced through the air. A crisp ding sound rang out, resounding through the 9 heavens. In this bloody battle, someone wielded a secret treasure and clashed head-on with him. When he was about to arrive, that person blocked his path, cutting off his connection with the sacred prince. You are also a human. Yifan felt a chill in his heart. Although this person had the appearance of an ancient race expert, when he operated a mysterious art, the offensive Tao force he displayed contained the characteristics of the human race. In addition, this was a powerful human who wasn't much weaker than the ancient prince. His strength was even a level or 2 higher than Wang Tung. His obstruction caused Yifan's gaze to turn even colder. His battle chi surged as he unleashed his strongest attack. Boom! That person was blasted flying. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His expression was strange, but his life wasn't in danger. The killing light in the depths of his eyes vanished as he retreated. Yifan couldn't be bothered to chase after him. He directly rushed towards the sacred prince's location. He attacked like lightning, slaughtering his way through the world. Blood and bones were everywhere. He stepped on the corpses of many ancient race experts as he advanced, finally arriving here. His words just now also angered the Fire Qilin. He coldly said from afar, "You said that even the 3 ancient princes couldn't stop you. Today, I will fight you alone." On the other side, the sacred prince had gone all out and was seriously injured. Several half-saints, Wang Tung, who was driving the ancient golden chariot, and the sacred prince, who possessed the world's #1 bloodline power, were attacking together. He was fighting with his life on the line. His physical condition wasn't optimistic at all. The sacred prince looked at Yi Fan and said, "Maybe it's time to leave. You guys go first. I can kill the sacred prince." Yi Fan said in a low voice. Then, he swept his gaze over Wang Tang and another person who wasn't much weaker than the ancient prince. His eyes were frightening. His anger towards these two people surpassed his hatred towards the sacred prince. The human race. At the crucial moment, the human race's experts actually interfered. Two great experts came at once. Normally, they wouldn't come out, but they arrived at this time. Yi Fan's gaze swept over the many spectators. Many people from the great sects of the southern domain didn't come out. Seeing his gaze, many people lowered their heads. As for Taoist Li and the others, they were already hiding somewhere. But the difference was that the ancient race would send people out from time to time, forming a sharp contrast. In the distance, Li Heishui and Li Tian couldn't help but curse. Only two people from the human race attacked them. Yi Fan withdrew his gaze. This couldn't be blamed on the southern domain sects. If they weren't half-saints, they would also be courting death. They indeed had their own difficulties. This was how the world was. Everyone was in danger. Even if I'm the only one left, I will kill you. Yi Fan stared at the sacred prince. His eyes were frighteningly bright, shooting out rays of light. The few half-saints couldn't help but take a few steps back. The sacred prince was already seriously injured. Facing such a powerful will and killing intent, his heart palpitated. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The person who can kill me hasn't been born yet. It's impossible for him to come to this world. Today all of you will die. A tiger wouldn't fall even if it died. With his status, even if he was afraid, he had to speak with force. 1/5 of the ancient race were friendly to the human race. After seeing the human race's development for so many years, they were moved. Another 1/5 of them were neutral, while the remaining 3/5 were very hostile. Now, Yi Fan had intimidated a portion of the spectators, but there were still some who wanted to go down and attack them. Boom! The fire Qilin arrived and hacked down with his halberd. This was a saint artifact. The snow-white halberd blade was as large as a door. Tens of thousands of Dao marks hung down as it suppressed Yi Fan. Clang! Yi Fan held the black arrow in his left hand and faced the dazzling halberd blade. His right hand formed the 6 paths of reincarnation fist and punched toward the fire Qilin's forehead. Kill! Kill them all for me! The sacred prince shouted coldly. The 8 generals roared in unison. Their roars shattered countless main peaks. The entire desolate land was about to collapse and become a wasteland. In the Ji clan, an ordinary-looking man frowned after hearing the news. He stood up and walked out. Are you going to attack? A living fossil asked. Yes. The man's words were simple and forceful. The few living fossils didn't object and couldn't say much. The outside world might not know this person's identity, but they knew that no one could control his will. This usually quiet and ordinary young man suddenly stopped and turned around. The Void Emperor has never been weaker than anyone in his life. He pacified the darkness chaos, suppressed Undying Mountain, and fought against the gods of the outer realms. He never retreated. My Ji clan fears no one, be it the past or the present. There are some things you can rest assured. In the desolate battlefield, do you see? They don't dare to attack at all, but my people are increasing. The sacred prince laughed coldly and swept his gaze over the human spectators. He then mocked Yi Fan. Many of the spectators in the southern region lowered their heads. Even if there are thousands of soldiers and horses, I will take your head today. Yi Fan's gaze was sharp as he looked at the sacred prince. He even broke the fire Qilin's halberd. Suddenly a miserable scream rang out. An ancient race half-saint was smashed into pieces by a palm. Blood spurted out into the sky. Who is it? The 8 generals were instantly thrown into chaos. An ordinary-looking man who wouldn't be noticed in a sea of people appeared. He killed a half-saint with his bare hands and directly rushed to the sacred prince's side. His void technique had reached the acme of perfection and was impossible to defend against. With a "pa" sound, the sacred prince's palm collided with the ladder, causing the latter to cough out blood and retreat. Chapter 1063. A man of medium height, ordinary appearance, and taciturn suddenly appeared on the battlefield. From killing an ancient race half-sage barehandedly to forcing the heavenly prince back while coughing out blood. His speed was so fast that it made everyone's eyes blur. He walked in the void as if there was nothing in this world that could stop him. He quickly released a second attack towards the heavenly prince, leaving no one able to react in time. Pong! The heavenly prince hurriedly faced the enemy. His body staggered back several dozen zhang. His face was snow-white as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Everyone was stupefied. What kind of character was this? He was as fast as lightning, yet he could actually injure the heavenly prince. This truly exceeded everyone's expectations. In the great wastelands, everyone was in an uproar. This person's sudden appearance could be said to be a divine soldier descending from the heavens, injuring even the heavenly prince. His battle prowess was terrifying to the extreme. Previously, the heavenly prince and the sacred prince's great battle had indeed left him seriously injured. Most of his battle strength had been consumed, and he was no longer as ferocious as before. However, he still wasn't someone an ordinary person could injure. In this era where saints didn't appear, even under these circumstances, the only ones who could seriously injure him were imperial princes. Apart from them, no one else could do it. Imperial prince. He is an imperial prince of the human race, or else he wouldn't be able to injure the heavenly prince in the slightest. Another human imperial prince has appeared. The direction of this battle is truly unexpected. It is becoming more and more terrifying, and the people involved are becoming more and more complicated. Everyone had long viewed Yi Fan as an imperial prince because he had enough battle strength. Meanwhile, at this moment, the young man with an ordinary appearance was also placed in this category. Pooh! The heavenly prince was actually blasted flying, almost hacked to death on the spot. That taciturn male's killing moves were completed in one go. His battle strength shocked everyone as he continuously released heavy blows. An imperial prince's style. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shaken. This type of powerful attack left even the heavenly prince speechless. He continuously retreated, unable to utter a single word. Many parts of his body split open, and blood splashed into the heavens. You dare! The 8 divine generals finally reacted. A half-sage took action, rushing forward to stop him. It wasn't that they didn't want to stop him, but that everything happened too quickly. Heaven and earth rumbled. The silent young man struck out with the great steel-breaking hand, and a void steel appeared. The half-sage's body cracked under the pressure, and bloody wounds appeared all over his body. His body almost exploded on the spot. This half-saint was very powerful and had rich combat experience. He used all the strength in his body to retreat, leaving behind a long trail of blood. He flipped over countless times and almost fell into a ditch. Everyone was shocked. This ordinary-looking young man that didn't seem to be outstanding had directly sent a half-saint tumbling over 10 times with a single steel-smashing palm. Such strength couldn't help but cause a chill to run down one's spine. While everyone was still reeling in shock, he followed after the celestial prince. The void was unobstructed, and everything in the world was a passageway. With a single step, he appeared right next to the celestial prince. Pooh! The heavenly prince was shocked as well. He quickly retaliated, but his cultivation and magical power were mostly exhausted. He was sent flying by this person again, coughing out divine blood. Well done! Kill this damned prince! In the distance, Dongfang Yi shouted loudly. After fighting alone until now, there was finally a stunning human who took action. Moreover, it was so powerful, causing his blood to boil uncontrollably. Kill! The 8 divine generals were shocked and furious at the same time. This was truly a sudden arrival that caught them off guard. He actually closed in on the celestial prince and continuously injured him. They surged forward like a flood. It's him, that person named GZ. In the distance, a human cultivator finally recognized the identity of the young man in the battlefield. They were all stunned. The rising star of the G family. What kind of joke is this? This is clearly an imperial prince. A sect master said with a trembling voice. GZ, from the G family? He's the son of the Void Emperor? Several old cultivators looked at each other in dismay, and then they were overwhelmed with shock. One could figure out the true meaning from the name. To classify such a character as a rising star of the younger generation was simply ridiculous and laughable. He was born in a chaotic era and was sealed within the divine origin. Now that he reappeared in the world, he was a peerless hero that could compete with the archaic emperor's heirs. How can Purple Marquis and Li Qingzhou be mentioned on the same level as him? I remember now, I saw him more than 10 years ago. He has appeared in the world for many years, but he was too low-key and never took action. A living fossil suddenly woke up. A famous human imperial prince descended here and began a massacre in the chaotic situation. He flattened a large group of ancient races and pressed forward step by step to suppress and kill the celestial prince. Void divine technique, you are someone from the G family? You better think carefully to make me your enemy like this. Be careful of the great calamity that will befall your family. The celestial prince retreated while shouting. The void lineage is never weaker than others, so why would I fear your threat? The southern region is not a place for you to behave atrociously. GZ spoke calmly. His attacks became even more vicious, as if he was going to explode the celestial prince. Everyone was stupefied. The human imperial prince was unstoppable. The pitiful celestial prince was covered in injuries and was almost killed by the sacred prince. Now, a silent expert came and sent him flying. Pooh! The celestial prince's body was covered in injuries, and his bones were about to break. He was actually suppressed by GZ and suffered heavy injuries again and again. This is great. Beat the dog prince to death. Kill him until he explodes. Even Yan Ishi, a distinguished and elegant character, couldn't help but roar out. There were many human spectators in the Great Wastelands, but not a single one of them lent a helping hand. Such a stunning GZ jumped out from the crowd, making everyone feel moved. As expected of the imperial prince's style, this was what everyone was thinking. Even if the ancient race experts were hostile towards him, they couldn't say any insulting words. Kill! Shouts of war shook the heavens. Several half-saints moved together, and the 8 divine generals attacked frantically to resist GZ. If they didn't separate the two in the middle of the battle, the celestial prince would be in danger and might die here. The human imperial prince was unrivaled. This was something many people could see. He was suppressing the wounded celestial prince and could kill him in the void at any time. At this moment, all eyes were on him. Everyone held their breaths and didn't dare to blink. They stared at the battlefield nervously, afraid of missing a single moment of the battle. Even though GZ's appearance was ordinary and he was a man of few words, at this moment, he made people feel as if his brilliance had pierced through the 9 heavens. He was a true and low-key person who could stand out at the crucial moment. The void divine technique had reached perfection in his hands. The 4 seas of the world were beneath his feet. With another heavy strike, the celestial prince tumbled backwards. He was in an extremely sorry state and his hair was disheveled. The 8 divine generals and half-saints attacked together, but they couldn't stop him. They couldn't break through the great void technique. He was everywhere. Hong! At the crucial moment, Huang Shudao appeared. The cry of a phoenix split the sky as he struck out with his arm. It was as if an immortal phoenix was going against the heavens and earth as he blocked GZ. At this critical moment, it was still the ancient prince who could display his divine might. He was powerful and domineering. The 8 divine generals couldn't do anything. Huang Shudao replaced them to block GZ. At this moment, he wasn't as conservative as before. If he continued to act half-heartedly, the celestial prince would really be killed. He did everything he could to fight against GZ. What a pity, he was only 1 step away. Even Yi Fan felt that it was a pity. We can't continue like this. The sacred prince frowned because Hualin was also waiting for an opportunity to attack. He swung his black iron rod as he spoke to Yifan. You guys retreat first. I need some time to kill the celestial prince. Yifan said. The sacred prince shook his head and said, I can kill him, and no one can do anything to me. But you can't do anything to him. Otherwise, there will be great trouble. A divine rainbow rushed up. Yifan used the G-Clan's Great Void technique to transfer the divine liquid from the Immortal Ascension pond to the monkey. It instantly raised his spirit by a large amount and swept away his dispirited state. Good. Then let's kill him today. The sacred prince's eyes lit up. His aura could devour mountains and rivers, causing the half-saints to retreat in fear. Wang Tung stood on the golden chariot and retreated very far away. He didn't move forward because he felt that this place was very dangerous when GZ appeared out of nowhere. Meanwhile, the other mysterious human expert was also hiding in the darkness, waiting for an opportunity. Boom! Yifan's battle with the fire Qilin spread the flames of war to the celestial prince. He directly killed his way over. The ancient prince couldn't stop him either, so he forcefully advanced. Finally, Huolin also made her move. Every strand of her blue hair could collapse the sky. Her delicate face was very cold, and her watery eyes were filled with killing intent as she suppressed Yifan. In this world, there was a legend that if the siblings from the Fire Qilin cave worked together, they would be unrivaled under the heavens. It wasn't as simple as 1 + 1. They could sweep through the world. After Yifan's eyes turned red from killing, he was still fearless even when facing this pair of unrivaled siblings. He used his stone fist to forcefully take on the Fire Qilin's halberd. Roar! Yifan let out a clear roar. His right hand, which contained the true meaning of 6 paths of reincarnation, struck out an earth-shattering strike that almost pressed down on the peerless beauty Huolin's body. He strode forward with indomitable courage. He alone led the entire battlefield towards the celestial prince. He swept through the 8 divine generals and occasionally exchanged a few blows with half-saints. The battle blood in his body was boiling. However, there was one thing that was not good. Among the ancient race spectators, a few terrifyingly powerful half-saints had entered the battlefield. They were incomparably swift and fierce. This was a frightening battle prowess. Moreover, the army of the 8 divine generals was endless and had submerged this place. The celestial prince had just recovered a bit of his vitality, but he fell into a bitter battle again. Yi Tong and the others were also in danger. Not only were there half-saints attacking, but there was also the sneak attack of Wang Teng and another mysterious human expert. The battle between GZ and Huang Shudao was a true battle of the pinnacle. The son of an ancient monarch against the son of an immemorial emperor. It was a shocking scene that dazzled the eyes of the spectators. The celestial prince's style was world-shaking. Meanwhile, Huang Shudao was also so powerful that it made people tremble. He shattered the Dao marks and wore a 5-colored metal armor. Phoenix feathers soared up one after another, drowning the heaven and earth in multicolored light. The army of the 8 divine generals stabilized. Several powerful half-saints protected the celestial prince in the middle. No one could get close. He took out a bottle of divine liquid and poured it into his mouth. His joints crackled as he recovered his vitality. The celestial prince's lips curled into a cold smile. Moreover, his laughter became louder and louder. His words were incomparably cold as he said, "At this point, all of you are powerless to reverse the situation. Just now, his Dao heart was unstable and he was almost beaten to death by the celestial prince's iron rod. Then, he was almost killed by GZ. At this moment, the troops had gathered around him. The celestial prince had completely calmed down. His eyes were awe-inspiring as he made up his mind to eliminate these great enemies. Yifan frowned. If this continued, the consequences would be unimaginable. The situation was not good. He was being held up by the siblings from the Fire Qilin cave. After the two of them merged, their battle prowess soared beyond imagination. You guys go and kill the celestial prince. I'll stop everyone else. Yifan transmitted his voice to GZ and the celestial prince. He roared angrily and activated his phenomenon. It swept across 3,000 worlds and fought against the 9 heavens. Blurry and indistinct phenomena rushed up one after another. They were terrifying to the extreme and swept Huang Shudao over. The 8 divine generals and several half-saints who were trapping the monkey were dragged over, gathering all the great enemies to his side. Everyone was astonished. How powerful was this battle prowess? He had to fight against so many ancient princes while enduring the attacks of the 8 divine generals and half-saints. Moreover, he had to face the attacks of Wang Teng and the mysterious human experts. It was simply heaven-defying. Boom! With everyone attacking together, no matter how powerful the various phenomena were, Yi Fan couldn't endure it. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood, but he forcefully swallowed it back down. He's courting death. No one can create such a legend. 3 ancient princes are attacking together, 2 human experts who aren't much weaker than him are attacking from the side, and there are also several half-saints and 8 divine generals. Even if he's the reincarnation of a god, he'll still die in battle. An ancient race expert sneered. Yitong was anxious. He knew that his master had fallen into a desperate situation and might die. Together with Li Tian and the others, he activated the goddess furnace to block the 8 divine generals to prevent more people from rushing over. Kill! The celestial prince roared. After breaking free, his entire body ignited and climbed back to its peak. His golden hair shone resplendently as he attacked the celestial prince. However, there were also experts overseeing this side. The most powerful half-saints were gathered here. Moreover, the celestial prince was worthy of having the world's #1 bloodline physique. At this moment, he had almost recovered to his peak. The celestial prince sneered cruelly and said, "That person will die without a doubt. He won't be able to hold on for much longer. Bring it on. I'll wipe you all out." What he said was the truth. Yi Fan was in extreme danger. He was being attacked by an army of 1,000. Even if several of his phenomenons were unparalleled in this world, there was still the danger of dying. Blood continuously surged up, but he forcefully swallowed it down. His body could be torn apart by the numerous experts at any time, and he was on the verge of collapsing. "Let me." GZ suddenly retreated. He didn't say much. He wanted to block these people in place of Yi Fan. Not only had he cultivated the Void Divine technique to perfection, but he had also created a step of his own, dragging everyone into the boundless void. Yi Fan didn't tarry. GZ was suitable for group battles. He could temporarily make everyone fall into the swamp-like void and banish them. However, he was also using his life to block, so he didn't have any time to hesitate. "Those who block me will die." Yi Fan brandished his fists. His body had entered the Saint-grade stone core, relying on it to protect his body. He was unstoppable, smashing a half-saint into pieces with a single punch. Lustrous white bone fragments flew in all directions, and fresh blood sprayed everywhere. He charged and killed in the midst of the army of 1,000 men and horses. His killing intent was boiling. This was the first time he risked his life like this after returning. He had to kill the celestial prince no matter what, or else there wouldn't be another chance in the future. First, there was the celestial prince, and then there was Yi Fan. They rushed over together, and the most powerful half-saint was killed. The celestial prince's face was snow-white as he gripped the undying heavenly blade tightly. Yi Fan slaughtered in all directions. Broken limbs, broken bones, and flesh flew everywhere. He was like an unstoppable god of death as he rushed toward the celestial prince. The 8 divine generals didn't fear death. They rushed over in an unending stream, forming a long wall. However, they couldn't stop Yi Fan. Flesh and blood flew everywhere in front of him. He used corpses to build a path in the sky, and many corpses of the ancient race collapsed under his feet. Is he really going to kill the celestial prince? Someone among the spectators asked. He might really succeed, but there will most likely be a huge storm. It's best for us to hide far away. Another person said with a trembling voice, "Fighting against me will bring you boundless disaster. Not to mention that you can't kill me. Even if you succeed, there might not be anyone in the human race who will praise you." The celestial prince gripped the undying heavenly blade tightly. His gaze was terrifying as he raised it high up. "I've already made up my mind. Today I will definitely kill you. So what if the entire world becomes my enemy? I will sweep through the 9 heavens and carve out a path for myself. Yifan roared, shaking the ancient race experts in front of him until they trembled. Many of them directly exploded, turning into lumps of bloody mist.